And we have a dedicated team of technical committees overseeing all aspects, especially on the technical side, to ensure everything runs seamlessly. Thus, we hope you'll find the session both fruitful and also engaging. So about this event, so this event is proudly organized by the BIM Research Group, or BIMRG, and in collaboration with 3D Tech Parametrics Berhad as our strategic collaborative partner. And we highly value their support for all the events that we had already organized, and we hope there'll be more events that we will organize in the near future. So as an introduction to our partner, 3D Tech Group is a leading holistic IT and engineering solution providers in the region since its inception in 2008. And the company specializes in design engineering software. They also specialize in cloud computing, IT managed services, engineering consultancy, and also BIM services. Now, as an introduction to the webinar today, so this webinar, it brings together experts, speakers who will share insight into cutting edge tools and also innovation, vital for future ready construction roles. So we are excited to feature 3 speakers who will highlight key technological advancement, and we'll also hear from a representative of the Iskandar Regional Development Authority, or IRDA, who will introduce the Comprehensive Assessment System for Built Environment, or CASB. So this is a framework aimed at promoting smarter, greener, and more resilient built environment. Now, before we start with the first session, so allow me to make this housekeeping announcement. So in line with the requirement by the Board of Quantity Surveyors Malaysia, or BQSM, so a CPD organizer would have to submit a record of attendance for all participants. So as an evidence of participation before CPD points are awarded to all eligible. So in compliance with that requirement, so we have set up 2 event checkpoints to record your attendance, and participants are required to record their attendance by checking in and checking out at the designated checkpoint 1 and checkpoint number 2. So this applies to all participants, either you are claiming later for your BQSM 2 CPD points or for your own participation later. Now, the first checkpoint QR code has already been shown in the video played prior to the event's opening, and the second will occur after the 3rd session. So let me repeat this once again. So the first checkpoint QR code has already been shown in the video played prior to this event's opening, and the second will occur after the 3rd session. So we will showing you again the same QR code right after this slide. If you have not done that already, so we would like to kindly request you to confirm your participation by completing the form linked to the QR code. So alternatively, my colleague has already shared the hyperlink to the forms. So hopefully you'll complete your registration by filling up that forms. Now, this marks the first checkpoint of the event. So the same QR code has already been shown in the video played prior to the event's opening today. And kindly scan the displayed QR code and confirms your attendance by completing the forms provided. And as I mentioned to you earlier, alternatively, a hyperlink to the same form has already been shared in the chat box for your own convenience. Now, special announcement to UTM staff who wish to collect SMILE points. So I am delighted to announce that we are also offering UTM SMILES points for you. And this QR code is going to be displayed in this event right after this slide. So please spend a moment to scan the QR code by using your UTM Smart apps for you to obtain the SMILE points. Now, we appreciate your cooperation, and we will also allow you some time to complete the check-in process. All right. Worries not, because the hyperlink to the QR code has already also been shared in the chat box. So at any time, should you wish to obtain the QR code or the link or the hyperlinks to the forms provided, so you can always go to the chat box and get the link for you to fill out. Now, this is the QR code for UTM staff to collect smile points. And I would like to urge UTM staff, especially, to scan the displayed QR code in order for you to collect your smile points using your UTM smart apps. So we will be showing you again the code later at the end of the event. So I'm going to give you some time, especially for the UTM staff, to scan the QR code for you to collect your smile points. All right, that should be enough. Okay, so before we jump to the event, so we would like to introduce you to BIM Research Group, or BIMRG in short. So research groups in UTM particularly are a recognized unit established, and those are led by academics to spearhead research and also associated activities in support of the university mission and also vision. So if you wonder what these groups do, so research groups not only engage with research works, but it spans to include other activities such as consultancy,
checkpoint tu
training,
kau kena scan.
industry,
hilang lah.
and also public engagement
aku
with
kena
a
scan
focus on
balik.
societal development. So for BIMRG, our focus is on advancing digital construction and smart project delivery through the application of and development of BIM technologies. Now, our current lineup consists of 13 members. So Prof. Surveyor Dr. Karunita Ali, who is currently the Dean of our faculty, is one of the leading experts in BIM, and she is also our most senior member and also the founding member of the research group. So she is actively overseeing the group activities alongside with technologies Dr. Nafisa Abdul Rahiman as the head of the BIMRG. So the other members serve in varying capacities, roles, and also interests, including in the event that we are attending today. And as a research group, so we welcome any forms of collaborations by members of the public, company, and also organizations. And we are actively looking forward to forge new partnerships and also avenues which can lend our knowledge and ideas for the improvements of the society. So feel free to talk to us. You could drop us an email and we'll see how we could work together. Now, I do understand that we have different sets of QR codes displayed. My apology for that. But we found that this to be the most effective since everyone is with their phone. But this particular QR code will bring you to our website where you could find contact details and also the area of expertise for each of the members of our research group should you require to contact them for any business. Now, over the years, we have forged a partnership with select organizations from both academia and also the industry. And this helps us to expand our base while fostering collaboration that contributes meaningfully to the society. So we are currently and still actively having an engagement with these organizations. And this engagement greatly benefit us, the organizations, as well as our students, by having direct access to the authority and these recognized organizations. So this webinar that we are currently having is also the result of our long partnership with 3D Tech Parametrics Berhad since 2021. Now, should you keen to talk to us of your immediate interest, so this shows our recent R&D activities and also interests. So depending on requests, we also did participate in exhibition-related event, depending on the request of the organizers and the theme of the exhibitions and also the equipments that we have. So otherwise, if we are not going out, we are more than happy to host any visit to our facilities here. And from that point on, we could see how we could work together to pursue any interest that we both might have. Now, on the aspect of training, so we have successfully completed quite a numbers of flagship trainings, either using an established modules by other organization, especially CIDB, in which some of our members are the certified trainers or using bespoke modules that we develop on our own, normally focusing on rather niche areas which are not addressed by other modules. So we recently just completed training for 34 final year students from various programs in UTM. So the training was sponsored by KPT, Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi, and it's already benefited the student and also soon the industry. And just last year, we launched our tagline, Beyond BIM. So it reflects our vision to lead digital transformation in the built environment through innovation, education, and also industry collaboration. So we hope with your continuous support, we will be able to reshape the construction by moving past traditional BIM application into new frontiers of knowledge and also practice. Now, before we begin with the event, so that was all for the introductions. And before we start with the first session, so this is a kind reminder of the program that we are going to have today. So I'll be introducing our first speaker right after this. Should you have any question related to any of the content to be delivered by our speakers later, so feel free to type in your question in the chat box, and I will be glad to share the question with our speakers during the moderated Q&A session. So again, please kindly be reminded that you need to confirm your attendance by filling up the form linked to the QR code shared to you earlier on. And again, as a kind reminder, the second QR code for the second event checkpoints will be shown after the conclusion of the third session. So I repeat, the third session after the moderated Q&A session. Now, we've come to the moment that we've been waiting for. So, ladies and gentlemen, honorable participant of this event, so it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Ahmad Faiz Azizi Ahmad Fauzi. He is a senior lecturer and quantity surveying space program coordinator at the Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying, University Technology Malaysia. So briefly, Dr. Faiz Azizi specialized in digital innovation in construction, including BIM, AR, and also VR, and also educational technology for quantity surveying. And he has led impactful research and contributed extensively to the field. And today, he will share insights on how artificial intelligence is transforming the construction industry, with particular focus on its impact on quantity surveyors and also construction technologies. Now, without further delay, let us all welcome Dr. Ahmad Faiz Azizi Ahmad Fauzi. Thank you so much.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will share my slide now. Okay, good morning, everyone. So, wait a minute. Okay, as Dr. Hadis mentioned before, my name is Ahmad Faiz Azizi, and today we are going to delve into the topic that have been rapidly shaping our industry, and as we know, the integration of AI in construction. So specifically, we will explore on how AI has become a game changer in our industry as quantity surveyors and construction technologists right here in Malaysia. Okay, so as the figure shows, the construction industry, known for its deep-rooted traditions on manual labor, the use of machineries, and so on, is currently undergoing a significant transformation. As we can see here, the digital transformation in construction has been a significant advancement in terms of technology and in terms of processes. So now we are going to talk about the digitization of the construction industry. So why do we need to talk about digital transformation? Okay, because there is a need to digitalize our construction process. As it has been widely known, our construction industry has been the least technologically adopted in terms of technology. So why we need to improve, or why we need to transform our nature of construction or nature of works is so that we can catch up with the advancement of the technology nowadays. Because we are in our industry now, we are facing the increasing demand for greater accuracy, improving efficiency, and more sustainable practice, as we see more and more dwelling into the SDG approach. So, based on the figure that I've shown you, digitization of the construction is not only by using software. So there are many industry players that have been implementing cloud solutions, for example, like Gamuda, Sunway. So major developers in the industry have been starting to implement the use of cloud solutions, ubiquitous technology, and so on. So therefore, the need to be proficient in digital construction is high. So in this case, AI is not just a buzzword that we use in our industry, or it's not just a buzzword, but it is a catalyst for us to change in the industry. So the traditional method is facing new pressures. As we know, traditional method meaning that all of the repetitive tasks, as quantity surveyors do. So quantity surveyors are prone to do more traditional or tedious repetitive tasks. So this is where I can help us. Okay. Okay, next. So the digital transformation is down here, and where we can leverage the use of AI in our industry, so we can overcome the traditional hurdles and unlock new level of productivity and innovation in our industry. So therefore, the need the key challenge in Malaysia is that 49% of Malaysian firms identify that the digital skill gap as the primary barrier to full digital transformation, as per reported in CIDB. Therefore, the need for us to improve our digital skills is important to the industry. So let's first acknowledge the familiar challenges we face in construction. Like I said before, in our profession, manual repeating tasks is more prone to human errors and can consume valuable time, because we are doing the same thing over and over again. Where we can when we can use AI to help us transform this task into automate this task lah, basically. And then we often struggle with fragmented data, where the information resides in silos. So for example, in our industry now, currently, the information that we get is not always the current one. So we as quantity surveyors, we are prone to remeasure based on the information we we get. Okay, so this will hinder seamless collaboration between the construction parties, because as we know, in a construction project, we are involved with many parties in a project. So all of the inefficiency frequently lead to the dreaded cost and time overruns. Okay, and too often our decision making in terms of our construction project is more reactive rather than proactive. So we, as a sense, we put out fires instead of preventing fires. So before we go into AI, what is AI? First, we need to understand what is AI. So what is AI in this context? So at its core, artificial intelligence refers to a system that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, or it can mimic how human thinks, the cognitive skill of human. So this includes how we learn, how we solve problems, how we synthesize, how we understand. So within AI, we often hear about the multiple jargons now. You can say the machine learning, deep learning, and so on. So machine learning is a subset of AI technique which uses statistical method to enable machine to improve with experience, meaning that you don't have to really program what you want the AI to say. So because it will improve, it will learn from experience. And then we have deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning, which make the computation of multi-layer neural network feasible. So meaning that they can try and understand a topic by segmenting it by layers. Okay, like how we as human think, we will look into each by layers. Okay, so the progress of AI can be understood in three distinct ways. So each wave of AI evolution will represent a significant leap towards its capability. The first wave, we saw the algorithm and software based on expert-owned knowledge, meaning that we have an expert that will input their knowledge, and then the algorithm will find any input and then put it as an output. Okay. However, this system struggle to adapt with uncertainty, meaning that if you were to ask any a hard question, then it will struggle to answer with the limited database or limited library of answers. And then we move into the second wave of AI, which is statistical learning models trained on data. So the AI model itself will train on vast amount of data to improve its accuracy on that particular thing, on one particular thing. Okay, despite impressive result, the system in the working lack a clear understanding on how they reach their conclusion. Okay, meaning that we don't really know how the AI come to the answers they're given. Okay, and then we have the third wave of AI, where we have the context aware of the system that requires extensive research and innovation. Okay, meaning that the AI system could understand, could respond based on the context we given. So, and then we have the fourth wave of AI, which is now the current wave of AI. With the emergence of generative models or generative AI, like we know ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on, and is essentially a large language model that can transform advancement across multiple domains, meaning that you can use this particular AI model to help us in any industry lah, basically, because they have the capability of searching the web, the amount of data they have, and so on. So ChatGPT is basically an ChatGPT or other generative AI is basically a large language model which uses a theory or a technique we call as natural language processing or NLP. So it is somehow like a virtual assistant, like our phone's assistant, Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, and so on, that can respond to spoken or written commands. So meaning that if you were to ask something, then it will try to understand what are you talking about, and then give you answers based on the database that have backed them up. So, but now we are moving towards the how they can understand an image or a video that we gave them. So meaning that we can give them just an image of a PDF, so they can try to understand using the machine vision, and try to that can enable automated tagging, content filtering, visual search capabilities, and other kind of advancement lah we can see. Okay, so what are the benefits of AI in construction? So as a whole, AI can help in multiple tasks. So this is just an overview in construction industry. So in this case, AI can help in proactive risk mitigation. So meaning that we can try and give the AI our work program, for example, and then it will calculate the risk based on past projects, and then try to give us strategies to overcome any hurdles that we face. Then we can we have this strategic decision, meaning that we try and we can give the AI a scenario, for example. So based on the scenario, they will try and make strategic decision for us, and we as the user, we need to also do our check and balance lah. Okay, because based on our experience and based on the AI's data-driven insight, we can make a more informed decision making, and then we can have improved efficiency in our task. So basically, when we use the AI, we can it opens up to multiple kind of multiple possibilities. So we can automate and streamline any repetitive construction task or any task that we can think of. Okay, and then lastly is basically enhanced accuracy. So AI can improve precision in calculation and prediction. So based on the data that we give, then they can help us to improve our accuracy in predictions. So crucially, AI allow us to move from reactive to proactive, and also improve this realm of work. So now we'll look into specifically on how AI is transforming the role of quantity surveyors. So as a summary, this is what AI can do. So we'll go into detail on the next slide. So in this case, we can, as quantity surveyors, the AI can help us first for automated cost estimation. Okay, it can dramatically reduce the time spent on quantity takeoff. AI tools like that, in this case, Toggle AI can analyze plan in seconds, and not weeks. So we can save time, we can improve efficiency and productivity. And then we have predictive risk analysis. So proactively, identify and mitigate potential risks before the impact budget schedule, and we can use platforms or the available solutions with end plan and so on. And then what we normally use is for smart document analysis, which is we give the AI our documents and then ask them to help translate or summarize the document and so on. So it can, by using the NLP, natural language processing, it can analyze thousands of contract pages, instantly highlight key clauses and potential conflict. So in this part, I will show a demonstration briefly later. Okay, for automated cost estimation, or in this case, we are looking into cost forecasting. Okay, so the SQS professionals, the painstaking process of takeoff cost estimation has historically becoming more and more time-consuming and error-prone. So AI can revolutionize this by automating measurements and providing highly accurate cost predictions. So why is cost forecasting important? Is because as we know, our industry are not immune to cost overrun. We are the most our industry is faced with the most number of cost overrun basically. So this is because our cost estimation or cost forecasting is not that accurate. So by using AI, we basically give the technology the ability to analyze historical data and trends based on the current market, and then the artificial intelligence or the AI will unveil pattern and correlation in between the task or in between the market, and then generate prediction. Okay, how does so it can based on current events, it can give us a forecast on cost of each product or each material, for example. So therefore, it will expedite cost forecasting with accurate and timely projection. And next, we have a technology by Creo, which is enhancing quantity takeoff. So this technology from Creo software uses AI to analyze historical project data, and using its machine learning algorithm to improve the accuracy of quantity takeoff. So this software will allow us to manage the project in one place while automating routine tasks and bringing the preferred productivity tools in our hand. So what we can do here is we can use auto measure that will define all areas as shown here. They define all areas and elements on the drawing and group them by type within minutes. So meaning that we don't really need to go in our drawing and segregate each item manually. So it can help us automate this task. However, we as content we don't really we cannot really leave it up all to the AI. We need to have our intervention in terms of, is this accurate? Is this is this part or is this area accurate or not? So and so on. And then for Creo, it has AI suggest with use. So this tool predicts specific measurement right from the initial point specified by the users. So like the as per this video, so you specify what type of thing that you want to measure, and then it will suggest it for you. And then for basically we have auto count, where we can quickly locate and count object or text on drawing, similar to the selected one. Similar like when we are using Control F to find something in PDF. In PDF. and then auto scale, then using it suggest an appropriate scale for a particular drawing based on the characteristic and and the the and they have a chat box lah basically where they integrate with ChatGPT that allow you to answer questions about the drawing and other documents in clear language. So many of the solutions, the technological solutions for quantity takeoff is basically integrating ChatGPT uh, as their large language model, so they can try to understand and then talk back to the software. Okay, next we are moving into AI-powered risk mitigation for construction project. So we in our industry we have a platform. In this case, it is called Plan. It is known for risk mitigation and scheduling. So it uses AI to analyze large data sets from past projects. So usually when we talk about AI, we will need to include our own data sets, okay, to identify patterns and forecast potential risks and delays for a new project. So for example, we can use this particular AI tool and fed past project information, and it could flag a high probability of fluctuation in terms of material pricing, for example, due to the global supply chain. So we can see that in the recent months, we can see that the global supply chains has been disrupted by the economy or outside influences. So this AI tool can help us by forecasting what could happen and help us mitigate the risk. Okay. So when we have integrated or incorporated the mitigation strategies in the project, we can adjust and contract proactively based on what they have foreseen, and then therefore it will minimize any project disruptions. Then we have AI in construction document management. So this, and in our work, the sheer volume of documents in construction project can be overwhelming from us to need to review the contract to the specifications. So AI in this case, but in particularly the use of large language model or NLP is streamlining contract administration and document analysis, helping us as QS professional to quickly extract critical information and identify potential issues. So we can use many type of AI tools currently available to us, for example, like ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on. So all of these publicly available large language model, when properly trained and used with caution for sensitive data, because as we know, all of the data that we send to them, we need to ensure that it does not really be shared around and so on. So all of this can be adapted to quickly review the vast number of contract clauses, tender documents, specifications, and all of it can be done using this particular tool. So if you want to be to have more control on your AI, perhaps you would need a sophisticated enterprise level natural language processing model that is tailor-made for specific firm needs, meaning that we need to invest a bit for the AI to really understand what is our business all about. Okay, so that's all for the QS. Next, we go into the construction technologies. So the construction technologies is basically those who are at the forefront of the project execution. So in this case, AI tool can be seen to transform project planning and scheduling by generating optimized schedules for providing real-time monitoring and also enhance site safety. So in this case, we can see that we can use AI as construction technologies to optimize construction schedules. In this case, the example of software for this is Alice Technologies. So for instance, it can take our project planning or project schedules and then try to adapt with the surrounding or with our work. Okay, by using this platform, we can upload the schedule and it can scan through it and define the project variables while making the schedule be flexible or parametric. Then we can conduct simulation of scenarios that for various constraints, and the AI can help us generate risk-reduced solution. Okay, for example, we can use it for to check whether our material delivery lead time from the local supplier can be faster or not. So meaning if we have the report of the meteorological report, we can predict sudden rainfall and so on. So all of this can help us identify cost saving opportunities in construction. Okay, next we have the AI-driven construction site monitoring. So in our case, real-time visibility into the construction progress is crucial for efficient project management. So by combining the site data from drones, IoT sensors, we can provide unprecedented insights into site activity, and it will enable us as construction technologies to track progress, identify deviations, and enhance quality control on our site. So in this case, a product from OpenSpace. So OpenSpace is basically a site monitoring tool that uses AI and 3D, not 3D, 360-degree cameras, often mounted on the hard hats or using drones. So the drones will capture the site progress, and then the AI will map these images to our BIM model or project plans. So it will provide a visual time machine basically, and automatically flag any discrepancy from the model and the site. Okay, so after we process the data with AI, we can compare it with BIM and then identify discrepancy on the drawing based on the model and then based on the actual site. So we can take corrective action in for this particular thing. So this is an example on how open space is being used. So as you can see here, it will try to overlay such a same like augmented reality. It will overlay a 3D model on top of the existing real world. Okay, so we can see whether the construction is done as per specification or not. So this is done automatically with AI. So meaning that it will automatically tag this particular, in this case, the plan with the actual site. Okay, then lastly, we'll go into predictive maintenance and safety. So in the context of safety, AI can be included with several technologies. So meaning that we can combine AI with multiple technologies. In this case, for safety,
We apologize for the glitch, and the speaker will be with us shortly. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Uh,
No worries, Dr. Faiz. All right.
sorry. Session mati, Pak.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So I will continue from before. So in this case, when we want to improve our safety, we will be applying several technologies. Okay. So in this case, we will try and for not try. Usually they will include computer vision, which are cameras that can automatically detect uh, the parameters that we have set. For example, if we set that it will need or it will detect those who are not wearing PPE or those who are being in the danger zones. So all of this can be set beforehand. Okay. So and then they often include IoT sensors, meaning that we wearables, site-mounted devices that can track workers' movement, body temperatures, whether the equipment is stable or not, whether the environmental condition could affect the workers or not. So all of this can be implemented in our site. So for example, imagine a worker is on a scaffolding like this, on the edge of the building like this figure here. So an AI-powered computer vision system can detect this in real time, recognizing that a fall risk exists uh, in the site. So it can um, uh, automatically give orders or give warnings to the site manager or site supervisor and so on. So this has been used in multiple sites. You can see that SCANSA in UK and US has been using this AI-based image recognition to detect whether workers are wearing PPE or not, or standing too close to heavy equipment. So this, for example, is in Singapore. So Singapore also has been using this kind of technology and tracking their workers' vital and proximity to hazard. Okay, meaning that the machinery is equipped with IoT sensors, and then the workers are wearing wearable devices so they can monitor. Okay, so all of this information can be used for data analytics, which is a system that can that process safety reports, weather data, and incident history to predict risk before they escalate. So we can input data such as the place that the construction location, and then it will based on the database give you a set of potential risks that can happen. So AI, as we can see, it has learning capabilities. So it can analyze past incidents, past data, and patterns. Okay. So instead of just reacting to accidents, AI can help us predict and prevent them, turning safety from a checklist exercise into a dynamic, intelligent, protected system. So where where we can see that there is a leap forward for construction site, meaning there will be less casualties, and where we can reduce human error. Okay, so bridging BIM and AI for efficiency. So as we know in Malaysia, the need or the use of BIM has been accelerated by Dato' Ahmad Maslan stated that every public project uh, amounting 10 million and above is mandatory for them to use BIM. So in this case, the synergy between AI and BIM is the way forward in the construction industry, where AI can utilize the data from BIM models to optimize the design, to identify clashes between the components and ensure compliance with industry standard and regulation. Okay, and then uh, with BIM, we usually use clash detection. Okay, so we can use or leverage the help of AI to identify clashes between components when we combine the models. And then we can use AI to ensure compliance with the standard, meaning that we can give the building specification to the and then the standards from the local authority so they can cross-check whether the model is fit the regulation or not. Okay, and then for quality inspection, we can see that AI can help monitor construction quality based on the data we can be given. What are the requirement that they need and so on. And lastly is environmental impact analysis. So meaning that based on the model that we give, the AI or the AI will combine the model from BIM and then try and calculate the carbon footprint that we emit for the construction of this particular building. So you can we can use the data to lead more environmentally friendly solutions. So what does this mean for our role as quantity surveyors and construction technologists? So we as construction players, we have the capability or the know-how on the construction. So it's not about being replaced by AI. It's about evolving our task or our way of work. So our roles will shift from performing manual repetitive tasks to focusing on more strategic oversight, more on the analysis and problem solving on the construction project. We will need to develop a strong data interpretation skill and AI literacy, where we can understand how does this tool work, what are the output means, and how to leverage them critically and effectively. So in this case, moving forward, the construction industry, uh, the collaboration across disciplines will become even more crucial. Not only just we wait for them to give us the drawings or give us information and so on. So ultimately, by us being uh, upskilling into the digital tools and all of the technology will be essential to remain relevant and thrive in this future AI powered future. So in summary, AI is not just an technological advancement; it is reshaping the construction industry. Okay, so lastly, I will try and show a demo on how to use certain or this kind of AI lah, which is notebook language model. Okay. Wait. Okay. So I have an okay. So what is notebook? So notebook is basically a language model created by Google, where we can upload documents, and it will only give you answers based on the documents that you have uploaded. Okay, so it can summarize and outlines the documents, create content, give you audio overviews, and also give you citations based on what you are asking it. Okay, in this case, I will try and show you. So for this demo, I have added. Okay, so if you want to add a source, you can use the add button here. So in this case, I have added various rates from JKR. Okay, we have jadual kadar kerja elektrik 2023, kerja kerusakan awam dan bangunan JKR di 2023, kerja mechanical 2001, dan panduan maklumat kos binaan 2001 JKR, and then standard specification for building works JKR. So, for example, if you want to identify the rate or the cost of the cost for a construction, okay, for example, just type on in give me the rate for air conditioning installation in Simpang Renggam, Johor. Okay, so the AI will scan through all of the sources, all of the document that we have uploaded here, and then it can show us what based on the document, what are the answers. Okay, then in this case, you can see now these are the rates, and all of the citation you can see when you click on the citation, it will give you specifically in the document what from where they extract this information. Okay, so this is useful lah for us to get our information quickly and ubiquitously. Okay, meaning that we can use our phones and directly get the rates. So because QS is basically a walking dictionary kan sepatutnya. Okay, so as you can see here, it takes into account everything based on everything in the document. Okay, for example, these are based on the in Kuala Lumpur. Okay, and then but we asked it for Simpang Renggam. Okay, in this case, it look into the locality factor for Simpang Renggam. So it's based on it uses the jadual kadar harga mechanical to get the percentage lah. Okay, so more than 50 kilometer and so on. So it will directly give us an update rate. Okay, so it might not be accurate. So this is where our expertise will come in lah. We will need to check whether the calculation is correct or not. Okay. Okay, another one we can use is for contracts. Okay, for example, this is where I put in the sources for PAM 2018, PWD 2003A 2010, and also FIDIC Textbook. Okay, we can give a scenario, for example, same like before. Okay, the scenario is the contractors is delayed by 30 days from schedule. So based on the form of contracts, can we terminate the contractor. If cannot, what can the client do? So we can give it a scenario and then it will go through our sources. So this would differ from the use of ChatGPT or Gemini because we can see that it will use only the sources given. Okay, where you can also get the same thing from ChatGPT and Gemini. However, we don't really know where do they get the information. Okay, so in this case, we can get a quite accurate representation of the answers because it will only give based on the sources. Okay, so in this case, it said that it 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 separated the answers based on what we have given. So for FIDIC, for PAM, and for PWD. Okay, so what client can do is can use LAD and so on. So if you want to know, okay, whether this is true or not, so you can just click on the reference, and then it will give you the specific clause. Okay, so this is what we can do. You can leverage the use of AI in our work. Okay, and then I will show you ChatGPT from Gemini lah, Gemini. Okay, okay. For example, I want based on FIDIC guidebook PAM 2018 and PWD 203A. Give me the EOT claim procedures in timeline format. Okay, so if you can see here, it gives you a list that we can read ourselves. Or if you don't want to read, okay, if you don't want to read, you can use Canvas. So biasalah kita in Malaysia selalu kalau if you were to be given a task to read, okay, we don't really want to read. Okay, so what we can do here is we can ask them to try and draw it for us. Biasalah orang cakap kan, kalau kita bagi benda banyak sangat and then kata boleh try lukis tak? Okay, and then the prompt for us to use here is create a comprehensive single paper or single page application infographic of procedures applying EOT in timeline format. So based on the context above, you can see how they think here. Okay. So then it will help us code the whole application that we want. Okay, you can try and follow what what the app is coding. Okay, if you want to see the code, this is it. And then you can have automatically we can have a single page. Okay, for FIDIC like this, for PAM it's like this, and PW is like this. Okay, so we can leverage AI or use AI for many tasks, not only for document or when we want someone to talk to. Okay, so that's all from me. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faiz. Thank you so much. So thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Faiz Azizi Ahmad Fauzi, for the insightful presentation. And based from his presentation, and it was very interesting to note that there's a lot of useful things that we could do with AI, particularly or especially for our practices. And from what Dr. Faiz Azizi has already shared with us just now, so there are AI tools that we could use for quantitative surveying practice, especially in doing measurement. And then, if I remember correctly, Dr. Faiz Azizi also shared with us one of AI tool that we could use for project management. I think the last bit of his presentation was very useful, especially because I personally thought that using AI you could only use to ask question and ask the AI to create something for you, but actually there's a lot of things available within the AI realm right now. Even we can also use the AI tools that we have within the area of contracts or things like that. Now, I'm not going to prolong my commentary on whatever that Dr. Faiz Azizi has already shared just now. And I think there's questions from the audiences just now. And the first question, it came from PM Dr. Hanizun. Okay, so I'm going to read his question, and hopefully Dr. Faiz Azizi can give your response to this question. So, will the QS work scope be enhanced in the era of digitalization? Could you please provide us with some ideas on that? Thank you so much.
So, okay, thank you for the question. So, the work scope will definitely be enhanced because we can give a more accurate estimations. For example, we can give a more detailed or critical analysis on in terms of the cost or in terms of the construction timeline. So the the work scope will definitely be enhanced. So but many have been saying that it will add more work as a QS. However, when it will not be adding any repetitive task lah. Basically, we will be more focused on using our own expertise as cost consultants or as contract managers more rather than just focus on taking off and so on. So that is my personal take lah in terms of the enhancement of QS work scope.
I see. We do understand, even in the university these days, we don't tell our student that you can't use AI. In fact, we are actually encouraging our student to use AI. But of course, with every technologies that we have, and with every technologies that we let our students to use, there are certain sorts of limitation that we probably need to put in just to make sure that they are using that within the purpose that they are intended to do. Okay, thank you, Dr. Faiz, for the answer for the first question. And I'm going to continue. Still, we have the time with us. I'm going to read to you the second question asked from one of our audience. So, what skills or competencies do you think future construction professional in Malaysia should develop to work effectively with AI? I think the question asks for that specific skills or competencies that our future construction professional should possess in order to work effectively with AI. Can you give some ideas on that, Dr. Faiz? Thank you.
I think the skills and competencies will relate more on how we can manage the use of AI. So it don't really mean that we always trust the AI. So the skills that we need to have is basically the skill to identify whether the AI is giving us a correct information or not. Okay, so meaning that AI literacy, how to question whether the AI is giving you uh, a, a correct thing or not, because we know that when we are using AI has now has many apa many discrepancy lah. When we ask it the first time, then it will give us a different answer. We ask it the second time, it will give us a different answer from the first one. So you need to have the literacy to identify whether the information they give you is accurate or not. This is why we need to have a more specified or a well-trained model, so we can uh, we can justify lah whether the information that it gives uh, accurate to our context.
Well, to continue with that response given by Dr. Faiz Azizi, I think one of the most important skills that I believe we all should have is that skills of using the AI. I think that should come first before comes the question what would be the skills or the technical skills or competency that we need to have prior of to using the AI. I think having that idea on how to use the tool effectively or how to use the tools correctly will actually lead us to understand what kinds of technical skills or technical competencies that our construction professionals should have in order for them to develop an effective, kind of practice with AI. Okay, Dr. Azizi, I think this is the last questions that I'm going to ask you for you to respond. So this question comes from Raihana. So what AI tools have you explored or that you have already tried and you consider is the best for document processing, contract especially, and why by comparison? I think perhaps you could suggest any AI tools that you have already discovered or tried before when it comes to document processing, or maybe if let's say there's no tools available for that particular purpose at the moment, could you please provide some ideas on that?
For document processing in terms of contract and so on, I believe that any NLP or any large language model can help us do this. However, in our case, we usually will refer to the contract. So I think that the use of notebook LM by Google, like as mentioned just now, or I have showed just now, is the best, because it only refer to the documents that you have given. So it will not take a context from other sources. For example, if you were to upload your contract and ask ChatGPT, sometimes the AI or ChatGPT will give you uh answers that is not related to what you're asking, because it takes the information from, for example, other kind of contract that they may have encountered before. So I think the use of notebook is the best, because we don't really want any information, any other information, as comparison now. We want for it to be able to give us the information from our contract only, okay, our contract documents. So I think that notebook LM is currently the best, because first is free. It's still in beta, so it doesn't really have any paid option yet. So we can try and use and leverage the tool first now, before they try and raise up the price like ChatGPT does.
Okay, very fine answer, Dr. Faiz Azizi. And one last question from Raihana as well. Okay, can you suggest any free AI tools that we can explore for quantity takeoff?
For quantity takeoff is a bit hard because it does not really does not only involve the
Quantities.
capability of the AI to only understand what we are asking. It will need a kind of machine vision, meaning that the AI will need to look, to have the capability to look at what on your drawing and give you some identify lah whether uh this drawing can be extracted or not, because basically when you when you are quantity take when you want to do quantity takeoff on the drawing, basically we need to extract the information, and the capabilities of AI in term of doing that for free tools is not on par lah. It's not on par where if you were to compare it with the paid version from Creo, for example, because Creo is paid, is a paid AI tool, but it's basically the best for AI for quantity takeoff now. I don't know, maybe Glodden will improve it, because Glodden has been implementing AI into their softwares, but Glodden is also not free. So I think for free option, we don't really have any choices.
Okay. Just to comment further on that, I think when it comes to taking off, we really now depends on either our 2D drawings or the 3D parametric models that we develop. Which, if you are using certain software, you could actually extract the quantities straight away from the models, and to share with the audience as well. If you are using COSAC especially, so there's a way in which you can transform your model into a format that could be readable by the software, and which you can extract the quantities straight away from the models. But we've been playing around with these ideas within our research group recently. And it's not just any 3D models which you could extract the quantities. It has to be a model which has its parameters. And for models that has its parameter, it would enable the software to understand and extract the quantities, straight away. But again, this is what I always inform my students, especially when it comes to construction measurement, that if you really understand the concept of BIM, or if you really understand the concepts of digital modeling or digital information modeling, so it is actually a matter of rubbish in or out. It means that you need to have that your thought, the end in mind. You mean that when you create the model, it should be something that you want it to produce or deliver it to you at the end of the process. If, let's say, the whole process is not there, or maybe if the whole process is incorrect, starting from the beginning, there's nothing much that you could extract from the the model itself. Okay. I think that's all for our first session. It has been very fruitful session, I believe. There's a lot of tools that has already been shared by Dr. Faiz Azizi, and I believe since AI is one of the things that buzzing these days, and everyone is using the AI other in so many aspects in life. So I think this is something that we should continue to explore further. Now, to inform everyone, so if, let's say, you are interested to, invite Dr. Ahmad Faiz Azizi to deliver any talks on any subject related to AI, VR, or things like that, so feel free to contact him. I think he should be more than happy to accept your invitation and sharing his knowledge to everyone. Okay, so thank you again, Dr. Ahmad Faiz Azizi. Very insightful presentation, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our next speaker, and I'm just as thrilled as everyone else. Just to read her profile. And Madam Kamisa Muhammad Ghazali is currently holding a post of Senior Vice President, and also she is the head of Resilient Environment at the Iskandar Regional Development Authority, or IRDA. So she has more than 15 years of leadership in environmental resilience and sustainable urban development within Iskandar, Malaysia. And since joining IRDA in 2009, she has overseen pioneering initiatives, including the transportation blueprint and the first concept of the Iskandar Malaysia bus rapid transit. And currently, she is leading the efforts to enhance green infrastructure, green mobility, and low carbon society across the region. Madam Kamisa Muhammad Ghazali is one of our proud alumni. She is holding a master's degree in transportation planning from UTM, and she also is a chartered member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, and currently serves on the board of Perbadanan Pengangkutan Awam Johor. So with so much under her sleeve, today she will be sharing with us on the fundamentals of the Comprehensive Assessment System for Built Environment Efficiency, or CASB, and its role in promoting sustainable development appreciation in Iskandar, Malaysia. And please join me in welcoming Puan Kamisa Muhammad Ghazali on the screen. Thank you so much.
Let me share my slide first.
Thank you, Puan. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Yes, thank you.
And hang on.
Okay,
There
no problem.
seems to
Yes.
be an issue. Can you see the slide?
Not yet, Puan.
Possible, I hope Puan to share the slide. Puan, I saw your slide already.
Yes,
Okay.
your slide is on the screen right now, Puan. Okay, the floor is yours, Puan. Thank you so much.
Okay, hang on. Okay, I will start then. Thank you very much for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and also a very good morning to all the participants here today. Well, first I would say it is a great pleasure to be here at the BIM Research Group Tech Tweak CPD event 2025. And I am excited actually to share some of the work that we have done in terms of promoting and accelerating green building appreciation in Iskandar, Malaysia. Well, these are just the outline of my content. So I think probably it'd be good to actually share a little bit about Iskandar, Malaysia. Iskandar, Malaysia, as probably some of you know, is an economic region located in the southern part of Johor, and we are like exclusively for Johor, you know, compared to other corridors that span across several states. So covering a land area approximately 2,300 square kilometer, and we cover actually 3 districts, 5 local authorities, and also we have, I think, about 2.1 million population. So Iskandar Malaysia established in the year 2006, and we are the first economic corridor, in fact, with a vision to become a strong metropolis of international standing. And what sets
Puan Kamisa, sorry to interrupt.
yes,
Could you be able to change the presentation to presentation mode?
I've already changed to presentation mode.
Oh, I see. You are not using.
Hang on, let me do it again.
Yes, okay.
Is it now in presentation mode or?
Oh, it's still in editing mode, Puan. It's okay, but not a problem lah. Okay, Puan. Please continue.
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
In my screen, it is presentation mode.
I see. Okay.
Okay. Should I reshare or we just continue?
I think it's better that you reshare the presentation, Puan.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, boleh. Let me do that quickly.
Okay, sure. I think probably you need to share all. I mean, not the PowerPoint only, the whole screen.
Okay. Masih
Masih,
dah
Puan.
dapat full screen belum?
Belum. Puan share PowerPoint sahaja ataupun your whole screen?
The whole screen.
Oh, I see, the whole screen. Okay.
Hang on ya.
Okay.
Okay, kita try again. Boleh tak boleh?
Still editing mode, but I think it should be fine when we can see this slide. Yes.
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
Sekejap ya.
Okay. Maybe at the presentation view option.
Okay.
If possible,
Is it in the full screen now, Dr. Samsul?
Not yet. Would you like us to share the screen for you? I mean, to share your slide for you?
Boleh.
Okay, sure. Hold on, Puan. Okay, Puan, the slide is on the screen right now.
So it's okay now?
Yes, yes.
I hope this is the latest slide, yeah?
Okay. All right, should be. Okay.
Okay, all right.
You could just say
Okay, so
next one
then we
if you want us
continue
to
from
move
where
to
we
the next
stopped,
slide.
I guess.
Yes, okay.
So someone will click or?
Yes, our colleague here will move the slide for
Okay.
you.
So,
Okay, thank you.
because the slide did not move.
I see. Okay. Dr. Naki, can you please move the slide? Can you change the slide?
Sorry,
Dr. Naki?
participants, for the technical
No worries.
issues
No
that
worries.
I've caused. Okay, still, Dr. Naki, the slide did not move.
Okay, yes. Okay, we are good
Okay,
now,
next
Puan.
one. I think we just go to the Iskandar Malaysia map. Next one. Yes. Yes, okay.
Okay.
So I think like I've said just now, what sets Iskandar Malaysia apart from other corridors is that our leadership in low carbon development. And since 2009, we have been pioneering efforts to drive climate action at the city and regional level. So we are proud to have completed our full low carbon development cycle from science to policy action and also monitoring. So in terms of monitoring, we have been producing our GHG inventories since 2015. So our commitment has earned us international recognition. Iskandar Malaysia has consistently received a score A in leadership and transparency, under the name of under CDP A list, placing us actually among 112 cities globally recognized for our bold environmental leadership and transparency. When we talk about the region, Iskandar Malaysia, so now we talk about, Iskandar Development Authority or IRDA and its role. So we are a statutory body under the Malaysian federal government, jointly chaired by Prime Minister and also Menteri Besar Johor. This unique chairmanship actually ensure alignments between federal and state priorities in terms of development of Iskandar Malaysia. As the principal coordinating agency, IRDA plays a central role in bridging together stakeholders from both state and federal, and also private sectors. And the whole mission of IRDA is to actually plan, facilitate, and position Iskandar Malaysia growth into strong, sustainable metropolis of international standing. So as you have heard, I'm sure recently, we are part of this Johor and Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone. So JS or JSSEZ. JSSEZ is actually Iskandar Malaysia plus Pengerang, and we actually work very closely with Singapore in terms of bringing in new investment, not only from Singapore but every part of the world into Iskandar Malaysia. And to actually strengthen our investment facilitation, IRDA also houses the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center, Johor, or IMFCJ. This is actually a structure or an organization, a body comprises of IRDA, MIDA, and also Invest Johor. And we work together in this facilitation center to actually facilitate investment. So next one, I guess, next. Okay, so just to share you a little bit about, the green rating tools. I'm sure, many of you are aware there are many rating tools, around the world. And we see that many countries have actually developed and promoted their own green building assessment tools to support the growth of sustainable building sector. I think in Malaysia, we have Malaysian Green Building also actually used solely in Malaysia. They have not moved anywhere else. But there are many tools that origin from a country that have been used around the world. For example, BIMRG, from the UK, which actually have expanded, to other countries like Norway, not just the UK, the Netherlands, and so on. And then we have, for example, LEAPS, from the US, which is actually also widely used in other countries. And for us, I think through the collaboration that we have with Japan, we also explore, CASB, to actually look at how we can accelerate, green building uptake in Iskandar, Malaysia. CASB is widely used in Japan, in many cities in Japan. But now it's also taking traction, being used at Southeast Asia cities, in Vietnam, in Thailand, where a lot of helps or added aid given by JICA. So these cities, these countries actually also looking at adopting CASB. So some of these tools, of course, have, as I said, have gained recognition beyond their national borders. And for CASB, Iskandar, it's actually can be used to evaluate for different scale of built environment performance, ranging from a single building through the use of CASB building tools, or a group of buildings from CASB urban development tools, and also to the wider context of the city environment under CASB city tools. Actually, there are many CASB tools. I think it's about 19, if I'm not mistaken. I have my technical people, Mr. Ong, in the audience, so probably you can also, put some questions, what these tools are being used for. But we in Iskandar, Malaysia is adopting these two tools for buildings, for urban development, and also city. So CASB takes into account the level of quality within the targeted built environment while accounting for environmental load. So that's, talking about the outside, the surrounding built environment. So it's not only focus on the internal part, but also the external environment. So, and these features are not found in any other assessment tools that purely use checklist based. From my reading, there are probably one which is quite similar, but reviewing the document is not as comprehensive probably as the CASB tools. So next one. Okay, so I've touched this just now in terms of, that it takes into account the quality and also environmental load. And then we go to the next slide. Okay, let's take a quick look on the sum of the next slide, please. Okay, if we take a quick look at some of the popular green building tools used around the world, including Malaysia, most of these tools look at similar criteria. Actually, every tools, have almost similar focus, including Malaysia GBI. So most of these tools actually look at how much energy and water a building uses, and then how eco-friendly the materials are. But for CASB and its local version, CASB Iskandar, they work a bit different, in giving its rating. Instead of giving just points, for green features. CASB uses a ratio, and it compares the quality of the inside the building with the impact it has, on the outside environment. So this gives actually a more complete picture on how green a building really is, as well as helps as well as how it actually interacts with its surrounding. So it also helps in better planning. For example, looking at the connectivity to nearby facilities, transportation access. So what I'm trying to say is actually more people-friendly surroundings, not just looking at the building itself, but also considers the security, smart technology, effective maintenance of the buildings and its surrounding. So this actually makes CASB special. It is a more balanced and people-focused orientation to look at green building and surroundings. So next one, please. Okay, the industrial, transportation, and commercial are the primary GHG emission sectors, jointly accounting for about 87 of Iskandar Malaysia total GHG emission. The same sector also, presents biggest emission mitigation potential up to 90%. So when it comes to, assessing energy in CASB, we are talking about stationary energy, and this actually look at how, how CASB actually provides integrated assessment to various type of buildings with, data on carbon emissions. And then if you look at the next slide, another features, next slide, please. Another highlights of CASB is that it is compliance to sustainable development goals up to 75%. So meaning that we have 17 SDGs, right? So studies from Jose University says that, the criteria or the assessment items in our CASB actually correspond to 70% assessment items of SDGs. So it covers many target areas of SDGs. So the same sectors, what I'm trying to say is that, this give more values and significant to the green and sustainable development certification received by the building owners. So next slide, please. Further to this, we have actually we have also completed the enhancement of CASB Iskandar manual and template by integrating key Malaysia and international standards, including the MS 1525, UBBL 34A and 38A, looking at passive design and orientation, MS ISO 37122. This is more on indicators for smart and sustainable cities, and also MS 2680 on energy efficiency and renewable energy for residential buildings. So this gives actually more values and compliance to building owner in terms of the certification that they actually obtain. So I just want to share a little bit on our journey when it comes to how CASB Iskandar has actually grown since it started in 2016. Maybe we should move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Next one. Okay. In the beginning, we published 3 CASB Iskandar manuals together with UTM, Prof. and team. for building urban development and cities. These manuals were then endorsed by our members of authority. Maybe the slide before this. Okay. So by 2017, we have actually we had our first training workshop and prepare high-level proposal to set up Kasbi Iskandar Center. And at the same year, during the same year, Kasbi was also translated in our program, that is Green Accord Initiative Award, and it became the criteria for Green Accord Initiative Award, or GAIA. In 2018, we conducted another training session, this time reaching out to all the local authorities and renew our MOU with Japan to expand Kasbi activities. Because we noticed that in Johor, the uptake for green building is actually quite low, compared to, cities like Kuala Lumpur. Johor Bahru is actually very, very low. So, and the aspiration at that time is to accelerate the uptake of green building. So we want to have more green buildings, in Johor. So then in 2019, Kasbi Iskandar was adopted under the Green Environment Facilities Program, namely Green Technology Application for the Development of Low Carbon Cities, or we call it GATA-CC. So during this time, we actually run more capacity modules of Kasbi to market player, to the industry. IRDA and UTM also completed 2 building assessment with the support of state government, Johor state government at that time. So in 2020, we launched our first accredited professional training module for the building category, and hands-on filling in the template to actually put a foundation to conduct market certification. So at that time, guna what you call guna paper lah, kena isi satu-satu. Even right now pun sama juga. Walaupun kita dah masukkan, it is much easier that you can actually, key in, but it's still using, Excel template. And by 2021, we started developing a new Kasbi module focused on urban development and train more people under GATA-CC financial assistance. So this journey shows actually how Kasbi Iskandar has steadily grown, to support green building and sustainable planning in the region with the support from other stakeholders. So next slide, please. Okay. In the past 2 years, from 2022 to 2024, Kasbi Iskandar has achieved a significant progress in accelerating green building development in Iskandar, Malaysia. Actually, in 2022, Kasbi Iskandar marked as an important step forward in green building leadership. So we also at that time, when the state government started to draft their sustainable Johor Pelan Induk Johor Mampan. So at that time, we have mainstream this particular initiative in order to accelerate the policy in terms of green building. So what happened is that among the key milestones that were achieved during this time is that the approval and implementation committee, AIC, of IRDA, chaired by the Chief Minister of Johor, officially endorsed Kasbi Iskandar as a tool to support green building development in Johor. So that is a huge milestone, because at that time, if people want to get their building certified, they have to appoint consultant, they have to actually, pay certain amount of money. I think that could be one of the reason why, people did not actually, not many developer actually go for green buildings. And also because of that lack of incentive, from the government. So when this is part of the biggest goal to actually achieve to reach our net zero emission by 2050. To realize this, what IRDA do? IRDA actually act as the main coordinating agency. We work closely with NBJB because NBJB have the same aspiration as us, to increase number of green building in Johor Bahru. And then what we did is that we prepared a term of reference to actually, look at, how we can embed the tools, inside the development order, and at the same time, look at new incentives, how we can incentivize, the developer or the building owner. So look at the green green building incentive package. So this actually helped to fill gaps in the current fiscal incentive related to carbon reduction in green building ecosystem. And what happened is that Majlis Bandaraya Johor Bahru have also allocated some of money, financial support to update the Kaspi Iskandar template to actually create Kaspi Iskandar for Johor Bahru. So for NBJB. And we create a user manual to support NBJB development with appointment of UTM as service provider. So we work very closely with UTM. So in 2023, Kasbi Iskandar was highlighted on the international stage during the Asia Pacific Climate Week. I just want to share the next slide maybe. Next slide. Okay. During this time, during the Asia Pacific Climate Week in Johor Bahru, a memorandum of understanding was exchanged between IRDA, ABJB, and UTM, marking a strong collaboration to further promote green building efforts. This important moment was witnessed by our Minister of NRES, and also Chief Minister of Johor. So this event also actually to somehow influence, decision at state level to continue to support Kaspi as a tools to be used by local authorities in promoting, green building, in ensuring that new development will adopt green building standards. So another highlights, I think, last year budget, in 2024 budget announcement, Chief, it's actually last year budget announcement is actually for 2025. Okay. The Chief Minister have actually announced a new green incentive package linked to Kaspi Iskandar. So currently, this is something that is being implemented for all developments, in NBJB area. So this incentive offers up to 40% rebates on the improvement service fee, ISF, based on the Kasbi Iskandar rating. The rebate is given in two stages, first during building plan endorsement, and second before the issuance of the completion and compliance certification, CCC. So this ensures that the project stays committed to green principles from where they start, from the starting point up until they finish. And we hope to be able to track, from year to year on the performance. So unlike the other current incentives, if you are aware, which applies only at the early planning, if you can only stage, This, we can see that CASB incentive support real and lasting sustainability throughout the entire building process. Importantly, I think this was also the first ever green building incentive introduced by a local authority in Malaysia. And this actually set a strong example for others to follow. So next one. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, when you have tools, you have great improvements, you have actually have a new template. The question is, who is going to assess, all these things? Will they be MBJB team, or is the opportunity for people from outside to join as, their assessor? So we also actually do several capacity building, with the completion of the CASB manual. IRDA and BJB UTM are committed to actually conduct continuous capacity building program and hands-on training. So this initiative actually aims to ensure that market players, particularly the PSP, the principal submitting person, are also well versed in CASB Iskandar, so that they can fill in the template. They know how to actually do it. And we also do capacity building, for those interested to be assessor for CASB. So this effort supports the development of green economy and also green job opportunity in Iskandar, Malaysia. So next one, I just want to share a little bit about the Green Accord Initiative Award. Maybe we move to the next slide. And Green Accord Initiative Awards is actually one of the key sustainability initiative in Iskandar, Malaysia. The Gaya recognizes businesses that adopts green and sustainable practices in their projects, covering planning, design, retrofitting, implementation, and operation within the built environment. So what makes Gaya special is that it uses the CASB, Comprehensive Assessment System, for built environment efficiency. And they use that criteria as part of its assessment. This then ensure that recipient meet high sustainability standard. The Gaya process was, Gaya awardees go through a thorough review by a panel of independent experts, including representative from the Energy Commission, Suruhanjaya Tenaga, specialists in the built environment, low carbon researchers, and private sector energy experts. So we have from what you call Energy Commission, we have representative, our expert and specialists from UTM, like Prof. Hamdan, and then we also have someone from UN organization who's actually participating as panel. And this strict evaluation adds value to the awards, making it a prestigious recognition for those who receive it. So since its launch, Gaya has awarded 30 recipients, not easy to get. And we continue to promote this program so that, industry are more aware, of what they need to do. And how CASB can actually helps provide certain guidelines and knowledge on how they can green their environment. So since its launch, we have awarded 30 recipients, including a special mention in Gaya in various categories. And this indicate actually that many buildings in Iskandar, Malaysia meet CASB Iskandar's sustainability standards, reinforcing that the region commitment to greener future. So even now, when MVJB started to implement this in new development, we already seen submission, and we have also gone through several sessions of evaluation, assessment, and it looks actually good. Although it's a little bit tedious, but it's also becoming very familiar to developer and PSP. Throughout Gaya and Kasbi Iskandar, we are not just recognizing excellence, we are creating and catalyzing the green economy activities, such as promoting green materials, green job opportunities, and supporting national energy transition roadmap initiatives. So I'd like to share maybe a short videos just to share with you, have a look at the Gaia panel's assessment and verification activities through this video. Do we have the video, Dr. Naki? Maybe next slide. Yes. The Green Accord Initiative Awards is back in 2024. We started it in 2016 with the objective to facilitate our stakeholders' commitment towards environmental sustainability and green growth. It is a catalyst initiative to get public and also private organizations in Iskandar, Malaysia to embrace low carbon initiatives.
We just visited Menara Jalan. They started well with the GBI gold-rated building and very comprehensive green strategy. I believe that they should be an icon as well as a reference for high-rise building Johor Bahru.
Now at the North Installation, which is located in Tanjung Lasat, Johor, we just witnessed their sustainability commitments and action, starting from their raw material into their production line towards their end product, where they incorporate eco-friendly material such as recyclable glass and producing high-performance insulation material which reduces heat.
Yeah, I think this visit to Sutra Good Composting Fund, I think is one of the very interesting one, because I think it shows how important is composting to reduce food waste, and of course by doing that we can achieve a lot of carbon emission reduction, and it's also very educational. Yeah, we are now at 94 Hostel. I think this is another good project to showcase low carbon project, whereby the provision of worker housing help us to see how facilities can also be of low carbon. You can see that they have rain harvesting, and they have good facilities of waste recycling, and promoting good living environment and kind of social responsibility.
Now I'm at Industrial Park. Just imagine, it's very great idea of setting up Industrial Park here. Greenery, they take care a lot of thinking of eco-environment in the setup of industrial. So it's a very nice concept, a good concept, and aligned with requirements of SDG, requirements of environmental, and also considerations, facilities for the people to work in this environment.
Yes, again, has just been revitalized towards a new green area for the community to benefit. It's also practice common sustainability and give a new breath towards the city centre, and also provide a green space and to accommodate the current community and for further generation to benefit from it. It is actually amazing to know that such a big place like Iskandar Malaysia Studio basically has all the sustainable strategy. They have huge solar panel installed, and also rain harvesting for their use, as well as recycling or thinking about the waste that they produce and actually reuse, as well as have a disposable system. We visited Wisma Sunway this morning. I believe that when the organization has sustainable philosophy from the beginning, all their projects will have to include sustainable practice, and that is actually good. And I believe that the whole staff and population within Sunway has been educated about sustainability.
Daya plays a very significant role in Iskandar Malaysia's development as a strong sustainable metropolis of international standing. This initiative shows our seriousness in safeguarding the environment. All valuable effort shall contribute to Iskandar Malaysia's target to reduce GHG intensity and align with Malaysia's goal to achieve net zero nation by 2050. Congratulations to all the winners. I hope to see everyone again next year.
So next one, okay. So moving forward, looking ahead, IRDA is committed to working closely with market stakeholders to continue promoting Kasbi Iskandar as a key tool for greening the building sectors. So I think not only, we are promoting it to the industry players, um, embedding it as part of the process at the local authority level, but we also hope that we can work very closely with UTM to further develop and further, promoting the tools. One of the future proposals being discussed is on the establishment of a one-stop center, similar to Japan Institute of Built Environment and Carbon Neutrals for SDG, SIBEX. And this center would help to train and certify more accredited professionals and manage building certifications in a more systematic and efficient way. So we also plan to expand the use of Kasbi Iskandar to other local authorities in Iskandar, Malaysia, especially within the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone, and eventually to entire state of Johor. So now that we have mainstream, the green building plans, green building planning, and the use of Kasbi as a tool. So what we hope, this can be further expand to the rest of Johor, and making Kasbi certification mandatory is one of the options being considered to strengthen its impact. But of course, when we started with MBJB, it is on voluntary basis. And I think for at least 2-3 years, it will be on voluntary basis, but, using these tools, or since it's already embedded and part of the process at local authority, it's not costly. It's actually systematic. So I guess more and more people, more and more building owners, developers will actually embrace Kasbi. So in addition, we hope to deepen our collaboration with UTM, definitely, especially in digitalization of Kasbi Iskandar by integrating it with a building information system. And this will make the tool more advanced, in my opinion. More user-friendly and ready for the next phase of R&D. Particularly also, we want to have more customized and integration activities from the updated international standard, for example, ISO 30134, to evaluate, latest development of data centers. As we know, there are more data centers coming in. Even Johor have announced, 80 80 data center are interested to come in, and currently we have processed about 40. So more seems to be coming, but everybody know the issues of data centers. No doubt there are new technologies, but technology are very expensive. So whether this data center will adopt, green technology in their implementation is something that we have to make sure, and we will use this platform, these tools to actually, manage this data center development. So the future holds endless opportunity definitely for Kaspi Iskandar, and we hope to explore them together with UTM on how best, we can further promote or enhance Kaspi Iskandar. So well, that's basically my presentation today. So I hope that as Iskandar, Malaysia is dedicated to setting a precedent in sustainability, and we encourage everyone, everyone to be part of the collective endeavor for the world that is enduring, robust, and regenerative. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Puan Kamisah, for the interesting presentation on Kasbi. All right. Before we move to the next session, let me check the chat box one if there are questions asked by the audience. Okay, so we have two questions here. The first question is, or perhaps let me ask you the first questions. Okay, what is the most, in your opinion, what is the most challenging aspect when IRDA first tried to introduce Kasbi to the local authority, if I'm not mistaken? Okay. Puan, you are muted. Puan Kamisah, you are muted, Puan.
Well, when we first, pasal we actually take a very top-down approach lah, yeah. So when we started Kasbi, we know that we are also competing with the rest of other tools. So we look at what actually the strength of these particular tools. And when we see that it meets, a lot of criteria that we are looking at, so at that time, we actually take the effort to mainstream it into our master planning. So that is one aspect. And talking about local authority, I think this relationship that we have with the 5 local authority in Iskandar, Malaysia is very close. But it's just that when you want to implement something, it's all about how we can incentivize. That is the biggest challenge, People want to, people actually adopt GBI probably because there are some incentive from IDA. And Kasbi Iskandar at that time, was not even recognized by MIDA. So they did not get any incentive so far. So what we did is that's why we worked with the local authority, because we have same agenda and also same aspiration moving forward, because we want to have more green building in this region. So, talking about biggest challenge when it comes to incentive, each local authority, if you're talking about ISF, not all local authority are able to actually use their ISF as the as the source for incentive. You see, because NBJB fine because their income is very big. Let's say if you talk to Kulai, Pontian, oh no, cannot, So now that's why in terms of what we see biggest challenges in terms of implementation is without the incentive you are not able to attract. So currently, because almost everyone is saying that going green is expensive. going green is expensive. So if we want to naturally, what you call, organically, let it happen, so we will wait lah. That will take longer time. So that's why we think incentive would works. And once everyone start to embrace, this low carbon, have the same agenda, their ESG, net zero commitment, whatsoever, probably by then, everyone will naturally, voluntarily, wants to do it because they want to meet their ESG requirement and so on. So biggest challenge to start with, I think buy-in, we go through that hurdle. But even today, when we say Kasbi Iskandar, we embed it, inside kebenaran merancang of the local authority. There are people outside who say, tak boleh lah, you cannot do like this, because there are other tools. But we never say that you cannot use other tools. But you want the incentive from this local authority because it's attractive, 40%, maximum 40%, kan? So if you want, even if you have GBI, even if you have leads, register with the local authority to get the incentive. But you have to do some work. I cannot give you free, kan? So that's what we are trying to say. But this, we are not charging you expensive, So the new one, you must follow. Okay, the old one, you want to get recognized, you want to get the incentive, you still have to fill in, your obligation. So, but, I saw the questions also about how Kasbi Iskandar influencing national policy.
Yeah.
Doctor, in fact, so waktu everyone is saying why Kasbi, why Kasbi, why Kasbi, when we went to meet our other, partners or competitors, you call it, but it's not really competitors because we are going towards the same direction, kan? Everybody was saying, yeah, Kasbi is good. When we met people at the ministry, yes, Kasbi is good. So if you want to continue, you can continue. Okay, do it, because the agenda is to accelerate green building uptake. So, but we also want a system, we want a tools that we can continuously monitor, because currently, if you see, a lot of people have GBI certification, LEED certification, that year. But the next year, they were not, so monitoring is not there. So we hope, with local authority, putting this as part of, their process, we can also monitor because we have all the data, with us. So that is actually important for us.
So in relation to that, and in relation to the question asked by one of our audience here, so in your opinion, how does Kasbi is going to influence the national policy, or perhaps there are certain national policies that has already been influenced by the introduction of Kasbi?
Influence, I would say currently, whatever that we are doing in terms of green building, energy efficiency and all that, because this is tools, you see, tools. Tools is, in my opinion, independent per se, you can choose what you want, okay? But for us, we're trying to give the best to local authority. And right now, probably I would, because currently kalau kita tengok, there's everybody is just moving towards GBI. Kasbi also have to work in tandem with GBI. Like I said, when we talk about national policy, I think all tools met the requirement of national policies. Cuma in terms of, our NETR, energy transition. So semua tools actually sama. Because kalau kita tengok the various criteria, it meet, this the need to move towards more efficiency, performance. So I rasa it's already part of the national policy, on sustainable development. Tinggal lagi, at that level also, everything is voluntary. Itu dia. So eventually, how do you make it compulsory is something that we really need to, find the balance, to actually implement. Macam mana? Sebab tu kita within these next 2 years, it's voluntary and we will actually look into the progress and have more update on our works in relation to this. And hopefully this will, dan kita ni kalau nak influence, IRDA punya way have always been work together with other agencies. We never work alone. We work with universities, we work with ministries, we work with agencies. So I'm sure if there is a need, for new policy, for instance, in terms of adopting or making it compulsory, that is something I'm sure we can contribute with data that we collect for the next 3 years.
Yeah. Okay, Puan. In continuation with that question, so there is another question, perhaps the last questions that I'm going to ask you. So one of our audience is asking about carbon tax implementation. So has this been in the thought of IRDA, perhaps?
It is in our radar, and we are learning, and we are also learning because a lot of things currently is progressing, right? It's not yet, in terms of policy of carbon tax, is not there yet. But it's nearing, I guess, with a lot of plans that are ongoing. And kalau even in Johor, in the Johor Green Development Council, there is a committee that actually look at carbon tax, pasaran carbon, more on carbon market, so they look at addressing issues on that, especially to industry players. Tapi yang ni carbon tax ni, I must say, for me, still learning stage. Maybe my experts like Ong, who have been looking into carbon market and all this would have more knowledge than I am. So feel free to reach out, Nia. Feel free to reach out to me, and you can also reach out to Ong, then to have more discussion, I would say.
Okay, thank you so much.
Salah cakap.
Tak apa. Okay, thank you so much, Puan Kamisah Ghazali. It was a very insightful presentation, I would say. Well, I still remember the moment that we met at your office last time. That was the first time I heard about Kasbi. Well, Dr. Nafisa has already been telling me about Kasbi before that, but I always wonder what's the difference between Kasbi and those other green rating tools such as GBI and things like that. And I think your presentation just now has already given us some ideas on how things differs, not in a negative way, but how things are, complementing each other. I think that would be the best choice of word to indicate the progress that we have. Okay, again, thank you, Madam Kamisah. Again, we hope to invite you again in our future event. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome. Okay, now before we move with our next speaker, so I'm going to be sharing with you again the checkpoint for the first checkpoint actually for our event today. And if you are not aware, or perhaps you are just joining us, so please be informed that we have two checkpoints in which you have to register yourself. So this marks your confirmations of attendance for our event. So what I'm currently sharing with you right now is the first QR code for the event first checkpoints. And if you haven't done that already, please take some time to scan this QR code. And alternatively, one of my colleagues also has already been sharing the link to the forms that you need to fill up in the WebEx chatbot. And again, this is a special announcement to UTM staff who wish to collect smile points. So I'm going to display the QR code for this event right after this slide. So if you haven't done that already, you feel free to scan the codes with your UTM smart apps. And please spend a moment to scan the code using your smart apps for you to obtain the smile points. So we appreciate your cooperation and allow you sometimes to complete these check-in procedures. So now this is the QR code for UTM staff to collect your smile points. And kindly scan the displayed QR code to collect your smile points using your UTM smart apps. We'll be showing the code again later at the end of this event. All right. Time moves really fast, and we are now in our third and also final session for our today's webinar. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome Ms. Fatin Huwaina Abdullah. She is a talented BIM application engineer at 3D Tech Parametrics Sdn Bhd. So one of our collaborative partners that we have been working together since 2021. And actually, this is almost our 5 years of working together. Ms. Huwaina holds a bachelor degree in civil engineering from University Science Malaysia and has been with 3D Tech Parametrics since the year 2021. So she has a lot under her sleeve since joining 3D Tech and has an active involvement with various clients seeking project solutions and also training related to BIM. So Ms. Huwaina today, she's going to bring extensive expertise in leveraging Autodesk tools to optimize cost estimation and quantity surveying workflows. So this is the topic that we personally pick up from our collaborative partner, because I think this is one of the topics that could really useful within our practice. And today, Ms. Fatin Huwaina will be presenting on Autodesk Takeoff, a collaborative digital platform for construction, cost estimation, and quantity surveying, particularly how this innovative solution enhance accuracy, efficiency, and collaboration in construction. So without further ado, join me in welcoming Ms. Fatin Huwaina Abdullah as she guides us through the transformative capabilities of Autodesk Takeoff. Ms. Huwaina, please welcome.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hadi. So just give me a moment to set up my screen. It's on.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Let me share my screen first. Oh, wait. Okay.
Okay, we can see you, Huwaina.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. Can you guys now see my screen as well?
Yep.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everyone. So I'm very sorry if my voice is kind of like raucous right now. Sorry bahasa because I was just getting better after flu. But no worries, there's nothing we're going to stop me from presenting to you guys, okay, of one of our own solution, okay, for the quantity surveying today. Okay, so first and foremost, I would like to thank UTM for inviting me as one of the speakers today. And it is actually quite intimidating to be lined up with so many amazing speakers here. Okay, very insightful sharing. Okay, so it's such an honor for me. Thank you again to UTM. Okay, therefore, Therefore, let's get into business. Okay, so my name is Fatin Huwaina binti Abdullah. Okay, as has been presented just now. Okay, and I am the application engineer from Churitai Parametrics in Berhad. Okay, so what is actually Churitai is doing? Okay, so we are actually a gold partner. Okay, with the Autodesk. Okay, so we are selling the Autodesk solutions. Okay, and for today specifically, okay, we are going to present. I'm going to present to you guys about the Autodesk Takeoff. Okay, and my topic is going to be a collaborative digital platform for construction cost estimation and quantity surveying. All right, and here's the agenda, okay, on what we are going to take a look about. Okay, so starting from the overview of Autodesk Takeoff, okay, and then we're going to jump into the key capabilities of Autodesk Takeoff itself. Okay, so what can Autodesk Takeoff do? Okay, what can it beneficial to us? All right, and last but not least, okay, the most interesting thing is basically the digital workflow, okay, of using the Autodesk Takeoff and some demonstration that I will be showing to you guys. Okay, so it's much better to see the software itself, the platform itself, than by just basically I'm telling you guys, right? Okay, so now without further ado, okay, so if you guys want to know more, okay, or want to know about the Autodesk Takeoff, okay, so please make sure that you stay with me until the end of session, and I hope that you guys will get something beneficial out of this session. Okay, all right, so jump into our first agenda. Okay, so we're going to talk about the overview of Autodesk Takeoff itself. Okay, so when we are actually talking about the Autodesk Takeoff. Okay, so before we dive into the Autodesk Takeoff, okay, let's take a look first into this kind of this concept, which is common data environment. Okay, so what happened is that okay, so the common data environment is actually a single source of information that used to collect, manage, and disseminate. Okay, so actually it's kind of like a platform where, okay, everyone can get into this one platform, okay, to share a single source of truth. Okay, means that okay, if you have a look at the diagram there, okay, what happened is that we're going to have like so many stakeholders. Okay, we're going to have architecture, okay, the architects from the structure trades, and then from the MEP, okay, from you guys as well, quantity surveyors, and so on. All right, so what happened is that we need to have one platform that we can share, okay, we can collect, manage, okay, one single source of truth of information. Okay, so it's not going to be like bottleneck in just one particular person or one particular stakeholders. Okay, so this is the concept of the common data environment. Okay, all right, so now what is actually Autodesk, okay, is presenting is actually on the common data environment where we have the Autodesk Construction Cloud. Okay, so Autodesk Construction Cloud itself, we have few packages, okay, that comes together inside it. All right, so if you can see right now, okay, from the design, plan, build, and operate, okay, what happened is that each one of this construction stages, okay, we have a solution, a package that is suitable for it. Okay, so if you can see right now, okay, from the very start, okay, from the design itself, okay, we are presenting the Autodesk BIM Collaborate, okay, for the design that you use. Okay, and then going into the plan, we have Autodesk Takeoff, which we are going to have a look for today. And then inside the build and operate, okay, we can have the Autodesk build. All right, so this Autodesk Construction Cloud, okay, if you have a look at the very top there, we have the Autodesk Docs, where in this Autodesk Docs is actually pertaining, okay, it's actually like covering all of the construction stages from the design until operate. Okay, so if perhaps that we are buying any of these packages that you see from down there, BIM Collaborate, Takeoff, or even build, okay, it will come together with the Autodesk Docs. So this Autodesk Doc is actually we can say the principal platform. All right, so this Autodesk Doc is actually the document management platform. Okay, so we can put in all of our information, okay, geometrical, non-geometrical information inside it. Okay, there's lots and lots of file format that it actually can read. Okay, so together, if we like buying any of the packages, okay, it comes together with Autodesk Docs. Okay, so no worries. Right, so now as been said just now, okay, we are going to dive into the other stakeholder later on. All right, so as we currently, the most crucial things today that we would like to do is actually to have a collaboration, right? Okay, to have collaboration with all of the stakeholders, okay, the design team, the construction team, okay, the one internally and then the one externally, so on and so on, right? So we are really in need of the CDE, Common Data Environment. So that is where just now, okay, our solutions come in, okay, the Autodesk Construction Cloud, okay, where what we can do inside this is that, of course, we can have a centralized data information where all this information, okay, can be bring in inside the Autodesk Construction Cloud, okay, in a one unified platform, okay. We do not need to have like few platforms just to gather some information. So everyone that is actually invited to the project, invited into the platform, okay, can see information, the same kind of information, okay. So if like before this, on the traditional way, sometimes, okay, we can see there might be some bottlenecks, okay, there might be some loss of information, okay, when transferring the information from one party to another, okay, because sometimes there are we have a lots of medium, right? Okay, sometimes people are using the WhatsApp, sometimes people are actually using Telegram, okay, email and so on, okay. So what happened is that from the traditional way, okay, people are actually just transferring information, okay, just the persons that is transferring, and then just there's the person that is accepting, okay. So between the two stakeholders, something like that, okay. But what about the other stakeholders? Okay, maybe we have people C, people D, and so on, right? So what happened is that the people A just now, the one that is transferring the information, sharing the information, need to do it again and again, right? So that is why our CDE, okay, Common Data Environment, is very important for collaboration, all right? Okay, so that's why we are going to introduce you guys with the Autodesk Construction Cloud. Okay, basically, long story short, it is a cloud platform, all right? So a cloud platform, basically, you just need to have an internet, and then you need to have a license, okay, a platform, and then you need to be invited to the project, of course, okay? Then you can just use it anywhere and everywhere, okay, whenever time that you need to do, okay? All right, so just now we have a look on the package, all right, of the ACC, and here's are some of the key capabilities that we have, okay, for each one of the packages, all right. I'm not going to dive into each one of it details, okay, so I'm just going to like go through on the overview for this. Okay, basically on the Autodesk just now, okay, what I said is that it's a pure pioneer, okay, platform, okay, inside the Autodesk for the Autodesk Construction Cloud, where you can have the document management, okay, where you store in your information, where you share it, where you manage, okay. And then we have BIM Collaborate Pro, that is for the design, okay. We got some capabilities inside it, where you got design collaboration, okay, issue management, okay, automating the clash detection and so on, all right. So if you guys are actually interested, okay, in any of these packages, okay, you guys are always welcome to ask any question for that, okay, and we are going to basically facilitate to you, okay, if you want to know more in any of these packages, all right, in the Autodesk build, where we are actually using it in the stages of the builds to operate, okay, where it can actually collaborating the team, okay, from the site and also the construction site, okay, so they can actually transfer information from each other, okay, they can have a seamless workflow between each other. So these are some of the capabilities inside it, where we can have for the project management, quality management, and so on, right? Okay, so this is the one that we want to have a look, okay, much more into it, okay, which is the Autodesk takeoff, okay. So we have the 2D takeoff, okay, we got the 3D takeoff, okay, some scope analysis, and also the document management lah, okay. So later, I'm going to like go more details in each one of it, all right. Okay, so what is actually the Autodesk takeoff, okay. So this one, okay, basically, I'm going to give you guys an overview from a video first. Wait, I'm not really sure if you guys can hear it. Can you guys hear the sound? Sure.
No.
No.
Yep.
Wait.
Maybe you need
Okay.
to share the audio with the audience.
Okay. Okay, let me know when it's ready. I'm going to just restart the video.
I mean, when you share your screen, you have to
Yeah.
tick that option, share the audio during the presentation.
Oh. Wait,
Perhaps you can unshare your screen for a while.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me unshare it for a while.
And share it again.
Okay. All right. Can you guys hear it now?
Yes.
Performing precise takeoffs is critical to generating accurate estimates, as estimators and project managers are pressured daily to ensure that projects remain profitable. Working collaboratively from the latest designs and relying on advanced yet easy-to-use quantification tools is necessary to deliver accurate estimates and costs. This is Autodesk Takeoff, an online 2D and 3D quantification solution, part of Autodesk Construction Cloud. Sitting in a common data environment, Takeoff ensures designs are managed and shared all within one place. To save time, estimators can draw a single takeoff once, then generate multiple quantities. Project scope can easily be captured with linear, count, and area takeoff. Get access to quantities from the BIM model for improved accuracy. A 3D view of the project can enhance visualization of a project scope to better understand design intent and identify constructability issues. Detailed quantities can be generated using customized formulas in both 2D and 3D with ease. Aggregated 2D and 3D quantities can be rolled up by classification, type, and material and easily exported to Excel. Estimating teams can confidently leverage quantities for cost management, from estimating and bidding to construction. Autodesk Takeoff, empowering pre-construction teams to win more work and deliver projects on budget.
Okay, so that is a little bit, okay, of the overview of the Autodesk Takeoff itself, okay. So basically, if you see from the video just now, what the video is about is actually showing the capabilities on the Autodesk Takeoff, okay. It can do the 2D, it can do the 3D, it can actually aggregate them together, okay. All right, and later on, okay, I will be presenting to you guys as well on the demonstration of the Autodesk Takeoff itself, okay. All right. So now, what is actually the Autodesk Takeoff? Okay, so it's a cloud-based digital construction takeoff software that can actually allows construction professional, including the estimators and also project manager, to actually perform accurate and efficient quantity of 2D and also the 3D takeoff. Okay, so when we are talking about the cloud-based digital construction, okay, so basically it is a cloud platform where just now I say that it is a CDE, common data environment, where we can actually do the collaboration in real time, okay, because the estimator itself, okay, we are going to have like lots of estimators, okay, the one from the key traits, the one from the structure, MEP, and so on, right? Okay, so it allows us to actually collaborate together with all of the stakeholders in one in a real time, okay, in a one single source of truth, okay, in one platform. All right. Okay, so now, okay, what Autodesk Takeoff comes together is it comes with the Autodesk Docs, okay, with the insights and also the administration, okay, where in the Autodesk Docs just now, okay, we are talking about the data management, okay, where we can store in information there, we can share it, we can manage it together, all right, and then for the insight, we got some dashboards, some reporting, all right, so this one is a little bit advanced, okay, and then we also have for the administration, where we can actually manage who are going to be inside the project, okay, who's going to be actually seeing all the data and so on, right? Okay, so now let's jump into our second agenda, which is the key capabilities of Autodesk Takeoff. Okay, so what Autodesk Takeoff can do, okay? Okay, so long story short, okay, so these are the three, okay, main capabilities, okay, of the Autodesk Takeoff, where we can have the collaboration, automation, and also insight driven. Okay, so basically, okay, it will take for the document management, okay, where we can share, we can actually upload our files and so on. All right, and then it can also do some 2D takeoff, okay, so the simplified 2D takeoff, automated of the 3D takeoff as well. Okay, of course, both of these 2D and 3D can be aggregated as well together, right? Okay, so now let's have a look, okay, just a little more details on each of the capabilities. Okay, so first and foremost, we have the user management. Okay, so as I mentioned just now, okay, our Autodesk Takeoff is the common data environment, means that peoples are going to be joining in. Okay, a lot of people, all of the stakeholders are going to be joining in one single platform. Right? Okay, so how it can cater for the user management? Okay, so basically we can just simply add all of the peoples that is actually need to be included, okay, inside the project. Okay, so in here you can see it's actually one of the this is the user interface of the Takeoff, where we have the members. Okay, we can just ensure that the right peoples is actually inside it just by adding the members, and also we can actually assign them by their own roles, okay, what is their company and so on, right? Okay, but of course, when we are talking about the information that we put it inside, okay, one platform, there are some of the information that might be confidential, right? There might be something that can be shared, something that is not being shared. Okay, so inside the Autodesk Takeoff as well, our CDE, okay, we have this permission level. All right, so we can actually permit them. Okay, maybe they are actually only the user, or maybe they can be the project administrator. Okay, where a project administrator can have a full access on everything. All right, okay. So next is for the document management. Okay, so this is the interface of the files. Okay, so where this is we going to like store in. Okay, we're going to put in our information inside. Okay, all the documents, geometrical, non-geometrical data inside this. Okay, as I mentioned just now, okay, there's a lot of file formats that Autodesk Takeoff or Autodesk Docs itself, okay, the unified platform, okay, can actually store in. Okay, can be that can read. Okay, all right, so we can actually customize, okay, our folders, okay, put inside. Okay, so one thing, okay, to highlight, the storage for this, okay, Autodesk Construction Cloud is unlimited. Okay, it is unlimited. But then for one files, okay, the it might be unlimited, but for one files, the maximum okay, the maximum storage it can go is actually for 5 gig. All right, so that's one file, but the platform itself is unlimited. Okay, all right, so just now I said about some permission, right? Okay, so the permission itself, okay, means that there might be some of the files, some of the folders, okay, that you want to give the permission to this person. Maybe like you're going to have like few folders for Archi, structures, okay, MEP, and so on. All right, so architecture is going to be going to be accessed just by the architecture stakeholders. Okay, just by them. Okay, and then structures just for the structures peoples and so on. Right, basically all of this we can permit them, okay, accordingly. Right, okay, so other thing is that we can also have the document versioning. Okay, so inside the ACC here, okay, what happens is that, okay, when we are going to put in our information, right, okay, our perhaps some of the documents, maybe like a PDF. Okay, so we're going to upload it inside. All right, but then there might be changes happen to it. Okay, so you're going to need upload it again. All right, so if usually what we do, okay, currently is that maybe in just your local, okay, what happens is that you're going to have like few version, okay, but this version, okay, you're going to put some like bookmark, like some remarks, okay, just at the prefix there, okay. Sorry, at the suffix, okay. So something like maybe PDF, okay, V1, okay, and then the next one is V2, V3, and so on. Okay, but inside the ACC, what happened is that, okay, every time you upload the file with the same name, okay, it will automatically it will actually automatically recognize it as the same file, but it will have a new version to it. Okay, so what happened is that, okay, after we have like few versioning, we can also compare it. So as you guys can see here is basically a comparison between, okay, two drawing, okay, two PDF files, okay, the one on the the one on the blue color, okay, is actually the previous one. Okay, the one in the red is actually the latest one. All right, so it will show us, okay, the differences. Okay, what happened in the version 1 and version 2. Okay, so next is the content management. Okay, so basically since we are going to have lots of information inside our Autodesk Construction Cloud, okay, our CDE here. Okay, so in here, okay, we are trying to make it like easier for us, okay, to find the documents, okay, by having filtering. Okay, we can search for it, all right, and we can also bookmark, okay, the place that we are like we want going to frequent on it. All right, okay, so this is on the content management. All right, and of course we have the 2D takeoff. Okay, as it named, 2D means that in the 2D diagram, okay, in the two plane, 2D only. Okay, so what we're going to do is that we can do some takeoff inside it. All right, so they are going to have some takeoff types, okay, that is going to works for the 2D. Okay, we're going to have for the count, okay, we're going to have for the linear, and also we're going to have for the area. Okay, so basically this one we need to put it in one by one lah. Okay, means that we're going to choose, okay, our takeoff type first, okay, whether it's count, linear, or area, and then only that we create it, okay, inside our 2D drawing. Okay, and then down here as well we can see there is actually an inventory. Okay, so every time we add in more takeoff, okay, the information will add in and add in and add in as well. Right, okay, and next we have the 3D takeoff as well. Okay, so inside the 3D, okay, so basically if just now you need to you need to click first the takeoff type, okay, whether it's a count, linear, and so on. But in the 3D, what happened is that just by clicking at the component, okay, you can add the takeoff, okay, on that specific component. All right, so perhaps that you have a column, you have a beam, all right, so just by clicking on it, okay, you can actually add it as a takeoff, and then you just need to make sure that what kind of information that is actually attached to it. Okay, so what kind of information that you want to read from those particular component. So perhaps just now, okay, I'm clicking, okay, maybe like this one, okay, clicking on the steel beam. All right, so the information that I want is basically what is the area, or maybe I want to say that what is the cubic meter, or maybe I just want the count of it. All right, so that all of these things, okay, we need to put in the information as well. All right, okay, so another thing is that we also have the unit cost. Okay, so just now, okay, when we are doing the takeoff, okay, so we have like the one with the count, the one with the one that with the area, the one with the volume. Okay, so what happened is that, okay, it's going to have inside our inventory. Okay, so inside our inventory as well, we can see there's another column for the unit, okay, for the cost, and then for the total cost. Okay, so inside here, okay, what we're going to do is that we can input, okay, what is the cost for it, okay, per unit. Okay, so it's depending on the SI unit, okay, of the takeoff. Okay, so just now maybe like you actually taking off it by the count. All right, so it's going to be by the value of how many of it, just amount of it. Okay, so it will be multiplied by with the cost, okay, per unit just now, and then we're going to have the total cost for it. Okay, all right, and of course we have the aggregated 2D and 3Ds. Okay, so just now we already go into the 2D, we already do some takeoff. Okay, and then we go inside the 3D as well, we do some takeoff. All right, what happened is that all of it, okay, will bundle up inside our inventory. Okay, everything will be there. Okay, it will be aggregated there. Okay. Okay, so next is our third agenda, okay, the most important one, okay, the digital workflow, okay, the digital takeoff workflow, and also some demonstration to the Autodesk takeoff, all right? So in here, this is the construction takeoff, okay, from the start to finish, okay? So first and foremost, of course, step one, we're going to need to review first our project plan, okay? So what kind of data that we have, okay, is it 2D, 3D, okay, PDF, drawing, and so on. Okay, step two, okay, basically we're going to count, okay, we're going to have a list of material required, okay, and then next we're going to measure various component, okay, determining all the quantities, and of course last but not least, okay, determine the cost for each one of the components that we have measured, okay, that we have to do the taking off for it. Okay, so next, okay, so basically when is the quantity surveying is the key part in the project lifecycle, right? Okay, so in here, basically we have on the design part, and also we have the construction part. Okay, so what happened is that before the tender, okay, the designer going to design, okay, the models. Okay, so after the quality assurance, there it will pass to the quantity takeoff, okay, to do some taking off for that, okay, and then it will go into the bidding, okay, to the contractors. Okay, they're going to have their own suppliers information and so on and so on. Okay, they're going to do some quantity takeoff as well. Okay, and then we going to basically produce the cost estimation, okay, construction planning, and also for the tendering purposes. Okay, so next, okay. So this is basically the one that is how can I say, maybe a not a standard, yeah, kind of like that, a typical or a standard detail workflow, okay, for the Autodesk takeoff. Okay, so it is starting, okay, and you're going to end, okay, at the below there. Okay, so from the start you can see, okay, basically we're going to have our finalized 3D models. Okay, this one just a standard. Okay, as I mentioned just now, okay, we also can do the for the 2D, right? Okay, so this one, if perhaps that we want to have 2D and 3D as well. Okay, so after we have finalized our models, okay, so we're going to upload it into the okay, before we, okay, so start back. Okay, so basically we need to finalize our 3D models first. Okay, so what happened is that we're going to have our models in all of the trades lah. Okay, so the architects are going to have their 3D models, the architecture 3D model, structure is going to have the structure 3D models, MEP going to have their own, and so on. All right, so in here, basically, I'm showing one of our authoring BIM tools, okay, which is Autodesk Revit, okay, where in here we can actually create our 3D models in. Okay, so next, okay, what happened is that we're going to upload it into the Autodesk takeoff. Okay, so we're going to have our model first, then upload it into the takeoff. Okay, next we're going to have a classification system. Okay, so what is this classification system is? Okay, so the classification system is more slightly can say is a like a category. Okay, so how you want to categorize, okay, our component later on, right? So basically something like, okay, so whether this one is under substructure, okay, maybe this one is under the doors, under the interior wall, something. Okay, so we're going to have a classification system, right? And then next we're going to have a takeoff packages. Okay, all right, so for the takeoff packages, so just now classification system, okay, basically inside the Autodesk takeoff as well, they already have a default one, but of course we can always customize it. Okay, so later you guys are going to see it in the demonstration. Okay, so next we have the takeoff packages. Okay, so what is this takeoff packages? It's more likely, if I want to say it in layman, so it's kind of like a scope of work. Okay, so we're going to have for the architectures, use, okay, for the structures, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we're going to have all of these packages, okay, ready in, okay. And then next, okay, we're going to decide whether we're going to do the 2D or 3D or maybe both of them. Okay, so whenever that want to start first. Okay, all right. So now, okay, if we have a look, okay, so we can do the 3D or even 2D takeoff. Okay, two things together as well also can. Okay, and then last but not least, of course, we going to have the output of it, okay, where we can actually export, okay, into the Excels. Okay, so it's going to end there. Okay, so that is basically some details of the workflow, okay, for the Autodesk takeoff, right? Okay, so next what we're gonna do is that I'm going to show to you guys, okay, on the Autodesk takeoff platform itself. Okay, so I'm going to resharing my screen. Okay, I'm going to open the Autodesk takeoff first. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm going to share again. Okay. All right. So I hope right now you guys can see, okay, my screen that is showing Autodesk takeoff, right? Okay, that's good. All right. So now, if you guys can see, okay, here, okay, what happened is that as I just mentioned to you guys, okay, basically this Autodesk takeoff is the cloud platform. Okay, cloud platform means that you're just going to have a website. Okay, you're just going to need to like go and then access to the Autodesk takeoff just by using your internet. So whenever you are, okay, wherever you are at that moment, okay, you just need your devices and also internet, okay, to just access from that. Okay, so right now, okay, starting off, okay, so right now this is my project. Okay, so this is the name of the project. Okay, so starting is basically you need to have a project first lah. Okay, so this is the name of my project. Okay, so just now, okay, I'm sure I actually telling you guys that if we are buying any of the packages, okay, from the Autodesk Construction Cloud, okay, it will come together with the data management. Okay, so the data management is coming from the Autodesk stocks. Okay, so should be that it come together lah, both of it. Right, so right now, okay, if you see over here, I have this takeoff. Okay, so basically this is the platform for takeoff. Okay, so if I like down button to this, okay, so as you guys can see, I have my docs here. Okay, so this docs, okay, basically is going to store in all my information, my files, documents, and so on and so forth lah. Okay, so if I go inside it, okay, so what I can see is that, okay, so basically since it is depending on your internet, so you need to have a very strong connection, okay, to make sure that it's going to be a smooth operation here. Okay, all right, so in here you can see, okay, there's actually for my folders. Okay, so these are actually the folders that I have inside this project. I got the WIP incoming, some workshop, and so on. All right, so inside here as well I can have more files. Okay, so you guys, as you guys can see, there are some RVT file and so on. All right, okay, so the one that I showing to you guys just now is that basically on the user management starting off, right? Okay, so where, okay, if we already have a project, okay, the next step is basically to input or like to include all of our, okay, all of our members that is actually needed, okay, that is actually they want to be, okay, they are actually a part of the projects. Okay. Okay, so right now, okay, what happened is that you can just add the members. Okay, so if I adding the members, okay, of course it will ask me, okay, on the emails of the person and so on and so forth. Okay, so here as well, okay, you can see there's a person company. Okay, so I can put in my the information. Okay, so perhaps I put, okay, like this. Oh, already inside. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if like this one means that the person is already there. Okay, so what happened is that, okay, we can go back into the members here. Okay, so by adding in, okay, what you guys can see as well is that just now we know that we can put in the roles. Okay, what is the company, what is also the access level. Okay, so just now I said that we have, okay, two access level, okay, as the users, okay, or as the project admin. Okay, so you just need this one. Okay, I can just make it as a user, which is called project member or project admin. Okay, where the project member will have their limitation on all of the things. Okay, so anything that is actually has been given the permission by the project administrator only, that the project member can actually do, okay, like taking a look into any of the files or maybe download it and so on, right? Okay, so just now when I am in my files, okay, so basically, okay, so basically, okay, what is happening here is that, okay, we also have, okay, one for the permission. Okay, so the permission just now I said is that, okay, by the permission means that there are some of the people, okay, can see the file. Okay, and there are some of the people that is constricted, okay, restricted to be inside it or take a look for it. Okay, so in here what I can do is that I can see, okay, what is actually the permission, okay, for this particular file. Okay, so this one, okay, so I can see the permission setting for this particular files. Okay, so as you guys can see, okay, if the person is actually the project admin, okay, they will have the full control of it. Okay, but then if the person is actually, okay, a member, okay, so perhaps that like this one right now, okay, all of them is the project admin. So that's why, okay, what happened is that, okay, they can all see the permission until they manage. Okay, so if perhaps that I want to change, okay, any of this, okay, to become just a member, okay, I can just click on here. Okay, right, I can just, okay, mention it, okay, 3D03. Okay, so I'm going to just make it as a member. Okay, all right, so sorry, my internet is quite lagging here, you know. Okay, so I'm going back to the files just now. Okay, so I'm going to go into the permission again, right? Which is I think here. Okay, so what will happen is that just now, okay, there are one of the users, which is the 03, the 03. Okay, I have limited it. Okay, so when I have limited it, okay, I need to add it first lah. Okay, which is just now, okay, the 3D3, okay, 03. Okay, and then what I need to do is that I need to give the permission for it. Okay, whether that it can just view, okay, or they can create, or they can actually edit from the file. Okay, all right, so now this is on the document management, which is Autodesk Docs. Okay, so let's have a look on the Autodesk Takeoff. If right now you guys see that mine have a lot of other things, so this is the other packages. Okay, means, okay, if you are buying a lot of other packages, you can actually like toggle it on. Okay, so you guys can have the platform as well. Okay, if you're just buying the Autodesk Takeoff, okay, what happen is that this Autodesk Takeoff, it will just come together with the Autodesk Docs lah. Okay, so if I'm going to my Autodesk Takeoff here right now, okay, so let's go into having a look in. Okay, what happened is that the workflow, okay, as the one that I have mentioned to you guys just now, okay, which is we need to like ready our model first, okay, then we put it inside the takeoff and so on and so on. Okay, so here when I go into the takeoff, first and foremost, I'm going to go I will going to be prompt into the home, where I can see my recent sheets and models, okay, that is actually been uploaded and updated when. Okay, all right, here we got the recent takeoff packages. Okay, basically it has been created in here. Okay, and then how many what is the cost by the package. All right, okay, so starting off, okay, just now we see from the workflow, okay, we need to have our 3D models, and the 3D models or 2D models 2D drawings need to be inside the platform first. Okay, so starting off, we have these sheets and models, okay, tools here. Okay, so what happened in here is that we're going to be having these two. Okay, one is for the 2D and one is for the 3D. Okay, so inside the 2D or 3D, okay, you can see there's a down here which we can actually upload the files. Okay, so here's are the numbers of files that we already have in this particular platform. Okay, in this project. Okay, so if I want to just upload it, I can just click upload files. Okay, so from here, okay, we can actually see, okay, we can have it from files or actually from your computer. From file means that it's going to be back at our Autodesk docs, okay, the one that we put in our files just now, okay, and those information is basically, okay, we can drag it inside here as well, okay, or maybe from your computer. Okay, all right, so based on what we see just now, okay, so there are actually a few numbers of 2D and 3D, okay, files that has been imported inside our takeoff here. Okay, 2D and 3D over here. Okay, so now I can see as well, okay, who is actually the last updated it. Okay, so I've mentioned just now about the version, right? Okay, what happened is that, okay, when I already have like few changes, I want to upload again, right? I can just upload the models, and I just need to make sure that the file is the same name and it's going to be version, it will update the version of it, okay, and it will show that who is the last updated, okay, on that particular files. Okay, all right, so that is the first one. Okay, meaning that the coming from the sheets and models. Okay, next also we have the packages. Okay, so just now after uploading, okay, we need to have okay, the information about the category, okay, about the work scope that's we going to like classify our takeoff unders later on, right? Okay, so in here basically I already have few packages, okay, in mind. Okay, but if like starting off, okay, what happened is that we're going to need to do some setup on it. Okay, starting from the measurement system, okay, whether it's imperial or metric. Okay, but because this one is already set up, okay, so it can be changed again lah. Okay, so now I can also see there's a classification system where just now I said to you guys that this classification system is basically like some like a category. Okay, so later on we're going to do a takeoff. Okay, so where is this takeoff is going to belongs to? Okay, so in which category, whether it's substructure, whether it's a shell, maybe it's a from the interior services and so on. Okay, so this one basically what we can do is that if we want to do some changes, we can just export this file first, okay, and then we can have a look inside it. Okay, so this is after the exported. Okay, so right now I can see that it's give to me, okay, some information on how, okay, some guidelines on how to actually putting in information. Okay, so this is the examples. Okay, we got the code here and there. Okay, so what importing, what you're gonna need to do. Okay, oops. Okay, so here's, okay, this one is basically the one that is already in default. Okay, basically we can just input, okay, a few others information in here. All right, and of course after we have input it, okay, we can just, okay, import it here. Okay, and also if you have like perhaps more than one, okay, classification system, here we have the second one. Right, so up until now basically we just only have two. Okay, so we can click on this set classification system, and then the template just now that I'm showing, okay, basically I'm downloading it, and then we can import, okay, the custom one. Okay, all right, so okay, in here I've got my some of my packages, okay, architectures and so on and so forth. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that, okay, if I have more packages lining up, okay, I can just always create a new one. Okay, when I click on the create package, okay, so perhaps this one is for the maybe I say this one is for the side. Okay, so I click on the create package. Okay, and of course it will, okay, will be here lah. Okay, it will be adding in. Right, okay, so now what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to start on doing my takeoff. Okay, so just now I already have the models. Now I already have the package, okay, with the classification system and so on. Okay, so when I want to start doing my takeoff, okay, so the first thing that I need to do is that I need to choose which of this package, okay, my takeoff is going to belongs to. Okay, so perhaps that I'm going to do for the architecture one. Okay, so I'm going to click on the architecture. Okay, so here as you guys can see, okay, there are the sheets and models, and also there's a taking off type. Okay, so now just now what I did is that I just choose the package. Okay, so now this one is it's already going under the architecture. So if I click down button here, okay, so I can actually choose any other of the packages that I already created, okay, from the previous. Okay, now it asks us to select the documents. Okay, means that so it already know that I'm going to do for the package of architecture, but for which documents, okay, whether it's 2D or 3D. Okay, so basically I can just choose from here, or I can choose from here as well. Okay, where, okay, right now if I like scroll it, okay, in and out, up and down here, I can see that it's actually like jumbled up, okay, all of it together in here. I got the 2D, 3D as well. Okay, so this is where comes with our filter here. So maybe I say that I want to start off with the 2D lah. Okay, so I click on the 2D. Okay, so I can see over here is that there are this is the only 2D files that I have in here. Okay, so what I can do, I can just click on it, okay, to have a look. Okay, so this one is the ground floor plan, okay, for the architecture. Okay, so it will basically load into for us, okay, the 2D drawing. Okay, so what happened here is that you guys can see there are actually some takeoff that has been created. Okay, so just now you see that after we have created the 2D takeoff or 3D takeoff, it will be under the inventory, okay, which is down here. So if I click on the inventory here, okay, I can actually see, okay, how many takeoff that has been created in this particular project, okay, where I got the unassigned shell, interior, and so on. Okay, so perhaps that maybe I say that I'm going to show you guys few takeoff, okay, will be done for the 2D and also 3D. Okay, so this one, okay, already like lots of takeoff here. Okay, so I'm going to use, okay, from the architecture, the first level instead. Okay. Okay, so now, okay, in here, okay, I've got some takeoff as well. Okay, so maybe I want to do some other takeoff. Okay, as I see over here that my door have been marked. Okay, as for the count. Okay, and then there are some of the this is actually the area, okay, that has been performed, and the takeoff that has been performed here. Okay, so now, okay, I want to add more. Okay, I want to have more takeoff on this drawing. Okay, so maybe I want to have, okay, for this sliding door, okay, this as well. Okay, so I'm going to do is that after I have choose, okay, our particular files, okay, I need to go into the takeoff type. Okay, so in this takeoff type, okay, we can see that there's a lot that's not that much. Okay, so just recently, okay, I have do this. Okay, basically from here, okay, we can see there's a lot of others that can actually do the takeoff from. Okay, okay, so now, okay, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create, okay, a takeoff for this door. Okay, so what kind of takeoff of this? Okay, so I can just go over here, I can just create a new takeoff type. Okay, so when I want to create it, okay, I need to put in the name. Okay, so I'm going to say that this is a 3D. Okay, so this is going to be for the D4. Okay, all right, so down here we can see there's a few tools, okay, where we can do it in for like creating for the area, the linear, okay, the count, or even from the beam. Okay, so now, okay, for this 2D, okay, and this particular door, okay, I'm just going to count it. All right, so I'm just going to click on the count. Okay, I'm going to have some appearance for it. Okay, maybe what kind of color of this is going to be, maybe I'm going to put some different colors from the current one. Okay, so I'm going to choose, okay, and then I'm going to click on the start takeoff. Okay, oh, before that, okay, we need to input, okay, the information for it. Okay, what is the details for this door? Okay, so when I click on details, okay, so here, okay, I need to let it know what is the measurement, okay, that is going to use. Okay, so this one going to use the count. All right, so if I already know the cost, I can put just here, okay, rightfully, or I can do it later as well, okay. Whichever that I actually prefer. Okay, now we have the classification one. Okay, so this one, okay, this classification is actually based on the classification just now. Okay, the one that we have import in. Okay, so perhaps that we see that. Okay, so just now, okay, we see that there is, okay, actually a category of this, right? Okay, so if I'm okay, so if I'm not really like which I'm not really sure, okay, is there any like door inside this? Okay, wait, kind of lagging. Okay, so I'm going to just find this. Wait, lagging out here. So, okay, so lagging. Okay, it's okay lah. All right, so perhaps that I want to search, okay, whether it's already here or not, right? Okay, so I just want to know, okay, at which classification it is, okay? So I'm saying that I'm actually trying to find for the door. Very lagging, sorry, yeah, everyone.
No worries, Waina. I think your connection is a little bit
Yeah,
lagging, yeah?
yeah, because I just move and I can see like it's
Yes.
I feel like glitching there.
Yeah.
Okay, so if like I find, oh, wow, lagging. Sorry, yeah. Okay. If not, I think I'm just going to like proceed with this. Okay, so I'm just going to find it from here lah. Okay, so what it is, okay, so maybe, okay, it is actually coming from one of this. Okay, perhaps like it is coming from the exterior enclosure. Okay, this is the exterior door. Okay, perhaps like that. Okay, then I'm going to go clicking on the start takeoff. Okay, so when I start takeoff, okay, so I need to put this, okay, this takeoff where it is, okay, so this interior door. Okay, so I'm just going to click. All right, so as just now, okay, you can see that, okay, for the D4 I'm going to have, okay, one of this lagging lah. Okay, okay, so just now, okay, let me again okay, put it aside again. 3, okay, video DR4. Okay, I'm just going to fill in again. Okay, this one. Okay, all right, adding some details. Okay, this account. Okay, and then clarification just now. Okay, it's going to be under the exterior closure. It's going to be for the door. Okay, all right. So this one, the cost letter, I can just do this. Okay, so just close this one. Okay, I'm going to start the takeoff. Okay, so I'm going to use the count. Okay, so if it's already have, okay, means that this one, okay, I already created but it's not used just yet. Okay, so maybe I'm going to go to for this one as well. Wait, maybe I can use this one. Okay, so I'm going to start the takeoff. Okay, and I can just put, okay, the takeoff like this. Okay, so if you guys can see right now, it's already there. Okay, so just now what happened is that, okay, I, okay, accidentally, okay, creating, okay, the one that is already there. Okay, so if I just want to use, okay, the one that's already created, okay, so I'm just going to click on this. Okay, I'm just basically under the takeoff type is going to be this one, the D4, and then I'm just going to just put that. Okay, so I already have this, okay, D4 and D3. Okay, so right now, okay, what else? Okay, we can see that we already have, okay, for the area as well, which is the one for the tiles, for the toilet tiles. Okay, so this one, okay, means that, okay, it's already has been registered under my takeoff type. Okay, so this particular tiles over here, okay, so if I can see it is under the interior, which is the tile ceramic. Okay, so I can just click, okay, for the one that is already created the takeoff type. Okay, and I can just, okay, simply, okay, create the area for it right here. Okay, then I'm just going to enter for this. Okay, so as you guys can see, it's already added in. Okay, a new taking off. Okay, for this particular toilet tiles. Okay, so I can see over here. Okay, these are the newest area. Okay, that is calculating for all of the tile ceramic. Okay, so right now this is for the 2D. Okay, so what if I want to go for the 3D? Maybe I want to do some taking off for the 3D models. Okay, so as like just now, okay, I need to know first what is my package, and I need to know, okay, what is actually the models that I'm going to do perform the taking off from that. Okay, so maybe it is actually from the same package, maybe architecture. Okay, but this time around I'm going to choose for the 3D models. Okay, so whether I go from here, go to sheets and models again, or I can just down button here, and then I'm just going to find for my the 3D files. Okay, because just now I already have the filter. Okay, I can clear the filter first. Okay, like this one. Okay, I can just clear it, and then I'm just going to go for the 3D instead. Okay, so now I'm going to go for my architecture 3D models. Okay, so inside this architecture 3D models, okay, so right now, okay, so as I can see here, okay, there are some of the actually has been done the taking off from it. Okay, so well, I can see that it's actually here, as I can see, my wall is some of my wall is already have I have done the taking off for my wall. Okay, so right here, okay, the blue one is actually represent this one. Okay, so from here as well, I can actually like on off of it, or maybe I can do some editing on it as well. Okay, editing or on off. See, okay, so I can know, okay, oh, so this is basically the one that I do for the 3D for the walls now. Okay, so if I off just now, I can see that there is actually few of other walls that is not included. Okay, why is not included? Basically, it is a different type of wall, so that's why it is not included inside this 3D this type of wall. All right, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use for the other walls. I'm going to create the taking off from there. Okay, so this one, if just now we need to basically use the count, or like the method first, then we click on the component. But in the 3D models, we just can click from the 3D model first. Okay, so right now, if I just click from one of it, it will just going to input one component. Okay, so what I can do is that I can just right click like this, and I can select all of it that have the same type of it. Okay, so when I click, I can see that this is all of the all of the wall that is having the same type of it. All right, so now under takeoff type, then I can click on the quick takeoff type. Okay, so when I click on the quick takeoff type, after I am clicking the component, it will immediately automatically put in the information from the type of it. Okay, so if what happened, if I am not clicking yet any of the component, when I click on the create takeoff type, it will just blank, right? Okay, so just now it kind of like saving me sometimes by putting in the information for the type itself. All right, so when I click, so got the name, so it's going to use the tools of the BIM, right? And what is the field for it? So perhaps this one I'm going to put it maybe pink. Oh, there's another pink here. Okay, maybe some magenta. Okay, so same as before, I'm going to put in the primary output for it. Okay, so what is the unit measure for this? Okay, perhaps that I'm going to count it. I'm going to measure it by the cubic meters. Okay, the volume of it. All right, and of course this is classification. Okay, so which is going where this one is going to be classified under. Okay, so maybe it's going to be maybe right, so it's going to be for the our wall, right? Okay, so when I put inside the information, so same as just now, I'm going to start my taking off. Okay, so once I have clicked on the start taking off, so I can see over here as well, so I have this interior. So if I see that I am done with this, I can just click on here, take it off, finish on here. Right, so once I finish, as you guys can see, okay, I already have a color for this, means that it's already have been done with the taking off. All right, okay, so other thing, okay, sometimes that we might be, how to say, maybe we are not really sure that whether we have include all of the same type together, right? Okay, so like just now what I did is that I click on select all, then it will be selected together, everything, right? Okay, so inside this taking off as well, we can actually like make it clustered. Okay, what I mean is that down here, okay, when I start to do the taking off, it can actually help me, okay, to do the taking off. Okay, so just now I said cluster, okay, but other than that, what else I can do is that I can actually look into it, okay, level by level. Okay, I can actually like section it. Okay, where on here I see there's a for the level, maybe I want to see for my I want to start my taking off, but I want to start it, okay, maybe starting from the ground floor. Okay, so I have this for the ground floor. Okay, maybe I want to go for the first floor. Okay, so it will go just going to show us for the ground floor. Okay, dah tadi. Alright, and for the beam level as well. Okay, so other than that, okay, what I can do is that I can also have it into the section box, okay, where I can do it, okay, from my Z, okay, okay, my Z value from the Z plane, right? So I'm just going to like take it, okay, here like this, okay, right? And also, okay, I can have it to form a cluster. Okay, so why I form it as a cluster, okay, as you guys can see right now, okay, what happened is that it will clustering itself together. Okay, so I can actually see, okay, each of the category, okay, it like bundle up together. Okay, so I can do, okay, so perhaps that, okay, at here on my window I can see that, okay, I haven't performed, okay, some of the taking off on this. Okay, so same thing as just now, I click on it, okay, and then I can just right click on this, okay, and then I can select all of this. Okay, I can actually perform, okay, the taking off, okay, for this. Okay, like I click, okay, a new one. Okay, what is the field for this? Okay, right, and then of course I can add some information. Okay, so this one, just going to cancel this. Okay, we don't have much time. Okay, other thing that I want to show to you guys is that, okay, so just now I see that we can see that there's an inventory, right? Okay, so based on the information I have put in just now, okay, what happened is that I can do, okay, put a cost, okay, for the per unit for each one of it. Okay, like perhaps just now I have, okay, under my interior, under my interior finishes here, I got for the floor wall finish here. Okay, so I am having the information for it, okay, based on per cubic meters. Okay, so I can put, okay, the information, okay, I'm going to cost it, okay, for 1 unit of cubic meters. Okay, so perhaps that I see that for this wall finishers, okay, what happened is that I'm going to say, okay, for the price of it, okay, perhaps, okay, I put lah, okay, about 100 perhaps. Okay, enter. So when I enter, okay, what happened is that, okay, it will try to calculate for me, okay, the total cost for it. Okay, so I can see, okay, this is the total cost, okay, for, okay, my walls, that is what with this type of wall. Okay, so other thing what I can do is that I can just export it. Okay, so I can export it. It's going to be exported into the Excel file. All right. All right, so I'm just going to show to you guys. Okay, so how it looks like. Okay, so it's going to be looking something like this. All right, so where you can see actually it will basically stated by the classification first. Okay, how many instances of that? Okay, the quantity, what is the unit that is used, how many per unit, and then the total cost for that. Okay, all right. Oh, this one very lagging if I open from my Excel. Okay, so it's okay. All right, so this one, okay, can export it, okay, into the Excel. Okay, so other thing what I can do is that sometimes we might do our taking off, maybe like having it like gradually, maybe like maybe after 10%, okay, of the construction, okay, 20%, and so on and so forth. Okay, so what we have inside our takeoff as well, okay, we can have a safe snapshot. Okay, what does that mean by safe snapshot is that, okay, so it will save this snapshot, okay, for the first taking off that we have created. Okay, so if I click here, okay, okay, something like that. Okay, I'm going to save the snapshot. Okay, so when I have saved the snapshot, so it's going to take some time. Okay, so down over here we got the work in progress, and this is the taking off at the 10%. So this one, the WIP. Okay, so basically the latest one. Okay, so later on, perhaps after I have done, okay, some taking off to this as well. Okay, I have put in more information. Okay, what I can do is that I can save a snapshot. Okay, for the next one. Okay, so this one I think I'm going to show you, because what happened is that we can also, after we have changed it, okay, what happened is that, okay, we can actually compare it. Okay, compare it side by side. Okay, so maybe I'm just going to just do one more. Okay, just a simple one. Okay, just that you guys can see, okay, the capability of it. All right. Okay, so maybe I'm just going to cluster it. Okay. Right, so I'm going to do is that just now I'm going to like select on this. Okay, I'm going to do just a simple. Okay, I'm going to perform just one takeoff and no more. Okay, so I'm going to fill this one. Okay, with one of the colors. Okay, primary output of this. Okay, I'm going to make it for the count. Okay, so this one is going to be, okay, maybe under my interior. Oh, that's not here. Okay, sorry, it's under the shell. Okay. All right, maybe, okay, this one is a window. Okay, so I'm going to start my takeoff. Okay, so I'm going to have one of this. Okay. Okay, so what happened now is that I'm going to save in a snapshot. Okay, so maybe I'm going to say that this one is the taking off. Okay, at, okay, maybe 11%. So, oh, maybe like 15%. Okay, I'm going to save this snapshot. Okay, so now what happened is that, okay, we have to like this, right? Okay, taking off at 15 and also taking off at 15. Okay, so what can we actually do is that we can also compare it. Okay, so we want to see, okay, so like this one, okay, I have the taking off, okay, at 15 and also at the 10 here. Okay, so I'm going to see, okay, so it's going to be under the documents of, it's now under my 3D. Okay. All right, so I can see is that if I want to know, okay, this one is going to be at the 10, okay, this one is going to be at my 15. Okay, so okay, so right now it will also giving me some notification. You are viewing the snapshot. Okay, take it off at 15. Okay, all right. So inside here, okay, we can see, okay, what is the version that is currently it is using, okay, as well. All right. Okay, this one as well, okay, we can actually export it, or we can actually rename the snapshot, or even deleting the snapshot. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm going to pass back. I can show this one. Okay, it's okay. All right. So right now, I think I'm going to pass back to Dr. Hadi. Dr. Hadi, are you there?
Yes, yes. I'm still here,
Okay.
Moana. Thank you
Sorry,
so much.
sorry that I'm
No, no
taking
worries.
too
No worries.
long. Okay. I'm going to stop my screen.
Okay, sure.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Huaina. I think that has been a very wonderful sharing of technology from Ms. Fatin Huaina, representing 3D Parametrics Sdn Bhd. And I think if I can put my first comment, we got quite numbers of questions from the audiences, Huaina, so I'm going to read that one by one later on. And if I may put forward my observation from your presentation is that I can see that the kind of workflow that we need to have if we were to use this software would be different from the kind of workflow that we have right now. I think because the main objective of using technology in our practice is actually to work more collaboratively rather than working in silo. I think that would perhaps become the first hurdle that everyone has to overcome. Now, I'm going to read some of the questions that we received from the audience, Huaina. So I'm going to start with...
Doctor?
Yes.
What if I pick some of
Oh,
it?
yeah, sure.
How many can I actually pick?
I think looking at the time now, perhaps you can pick one or two questions.
Okay, all right. So if like the one that I am not picking up, okay, maybe this one later can maybe I can like giving the information afterward lah, something like that. Okay, all right. So I'm going to just I'm going to just going the one that I think is kind of like important, or maybe I think that is easily to share with you guys lah. Okay, so one of the question is that is Autodesk Takeoff is capable in identifying any missing structures or component in a designer models. Okay, so for this one, okay, what happened is that in the Autodesk Takeoff, it basically, okay, we are doing the takeoff inside it. Okay, so we are the one that is actually picking each one of the component. Okay, so as you guys see just now as well, if I am actually clicking on the component, just one of it, without just now I select it by the type, I might be missing out. Okay, so the answer is that Autodesk Takeoff cannot identifying any missing structures. Okay, so that's the answer for that. Okay, so next is cost data is often confidential. How does Autodesk Takeoff ensure the data security and control? Okay, so what happened just now, I said to you guys that inside the Autodesk Construction Cloud itself, okay, we have this permission level. Okay, we have this setting up for the permission. Means that after we have creating the package, so each one of this package is going to belong to a person. Okay, so when we are doing the taking off on that, so that particular person, that is the PIC of the package, is going to be the one that is seeing the information for that, unless you are the project administrator. So if you are a project administrator, what happens is that all of the information, you can have a look into it. Maybe one more, if we subscribe purchase Autodesk Revit, is include Autodesk Takeoff, or it's just a different program. Okay, so Autodesk Revit is actually one native software, BIM authoring tools. Okay, so it's one platform, sorry, it's a one software, native one. Okay, another one that we have, the one that I'm presenting to you guys is Autodesk Takeoff. Okay, so Autodesk Takeoff is a ACC, Autodesk Construction Cloud, it's a cloud platform. So from here as well, this is actually two different kind of platform. One is the native software, BIM authority tools. Another one is actually a construction cloud. So if we want to subscribe, it's basically a two different type of subscription. One is for Revit, one is for the Autodesk stocks. So I hope that answering the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Huaina, for that answer. I think there's a lot of aspect if we want to really look into Autodesk Takeoff. Maybe the software that we normally use is Autodesk Revit, And there's a lot of integration of that software to other software suites that could be offered by Autodesk. So as we mentioned earlier in the event just now, 3D Tech Parametrics BIMRG is the distributor for Autodesk product. So if let's say any one of you would like to know more about the products that they have, or you can subscribe from Autodesk, feel free to contact Ms. Fatin Huwaina herself or the company for further information on that. So thank you so much again, Fatin Huwaina, for your very meaningful presentation, and we hope we could again invite you in our future program. Thank you so much, Huwaina.
Thank you so much, Daddy.
Sama-sama. Okay, and with the third speaker already presented her sharing, so this marks the end of our event. But before that, may I kindly remind you of our second or checkpoint of the event. So we would be glad if you could kindly scan the display QR code and confirms your attendance by completing the forms linked to the QR code. And alternatively, again, a hyperlink to the same form has already been shared in the chat box, in the WebEx chat box for your own convenience. So I hope the link has now appeared in your chat box. So we're going to give you some time to complete this checkout procedure. No worries. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, now I believe you have already scanned the second checkpoint QR code, and hold on, okay. Can you give me a moment? And again, I'm currently displaying the QR code for UTM staff to collect smile points. If you have not done that already, I think this is the third time that I display this QR code, and hopefully everyone has already been able to scan and register their attendance for their UTM smiles points to be recorded in their record. So this QR will close at 12:50 later. Okay, and with that, so we really are coming to the end of our event today. So it has been a very wonderful sharing by all the speakers. If I can repeat their names, first we've got Dr. Ahmad Faiz Azizi Ahmad Fauzi presenting on the AI and how it's going to change the way that we work, especially for quantity surveyors and construction technologists. And then secondly, we have Puan Kamisa from IRDA, a very big name from IRDA. And thank you for sharing with us the development that we currently have, especially for CASB. And we really hope that the instrument, the rating instrument, the green rating instrument will be something that most of our industry practitioners are going to use. And last but not least, we would like to also record our appreciation to Ms. Fatin Huwaina Abdullah for her excellent sharing on the Autodesk takeoff. And we sincerely hope that we could invite them again to share the latest development in the field. So on behalf of BIMRG, I would like to thank you for all your participation in making this event a success. And we look forward to welcoming you again at our next CPD events, possibly scheduled for November or December this year. And we plan to make this as a twice yearly event as one of our contribution to the industry. And before we say goodbye, we would like to kindly request attendees to provide us with your constructive feedback by filling up the survey form linked with the QR code shown on the screen right now. And while you are doing that, we would also like to request everyone to turn on their cameras for a group photo as a record of the event. Right, okay. Oh, Prof. Surveyor Kerun is there. Okay. Prof, would you like to say something to the audience?
Assalamualaikum all and very good afternoon. I can see a very good crowd to this to our webinar today, and I would like to thank all the speakers for giving us a very good insightful presentations. Inshallah we will have more events such as this, and hoping that I think the CPD play a very good role here into getting more crowd. Inshallah, we will make sure our webinar will have the CPD points. And again, thank you to all the speakers, thank you to all the participants, and also thank you to my stronghold and to all the secretariat who have put a very good effort into making sure that this event is fruitful. And thank you again. Assalamualaikum. Salam Madani. Salam UTM Sanjungan Bangsa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Surveyor Dr. Kerun, for that closing speech, I would say. So we are going to take your photo right now. So Akila, can you help? Please help us with that.
Okay, ready everyone?
Okay, thank you. Page 1.
Page 1, 1, 2, 3. Right, page 2. Hold on.
Keep smiling, Keep smiling, because we all don't know which page we are in.
Page 3. 1, 2, 3. Page 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think I capture everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. Hopefully we can meet again later in the future. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and happy weekend, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye. Habis dah Naki.
Okay, terima kasih semua.